855-6548 or visit oliverheatcool.com. Oliver Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Reliable, fast service you've come to trust for more than 50 years.
Financing and payments are subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions apply.
At California Psychics, we know that when you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked, even the average ones. Suddenly all chocolates are heart-shaped. And all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be flaunting your love life in public real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I'm Kilmeade.
I'm Kennedy.
I'm Sean Duffy, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Tuesday, February 13th, 2024. I'm Dana Perino. After rescuing 2 hostages held in Gaza, Israel plans to continue its military operations in the city of Rafah, despite warnings from President Biden.
I think this week was bad. I think they're responding to domestic U.S. politics. I think they're worried about the progressive base.
I'm Jessica Rosenthal. It's Election Day for a high-profile congressional seat and swing district in New York, as voters look to replace their old representative who was expelled from the House last year.
They're trying to link me to Santos. I mean, you know, the chairman of the Nassau County vetted, he took this so serious, the Santos issue, and he vetted everyone who wanted to run for Congress.
And I'm Tommy Lahren. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
2 hostages are back home in Israel after a daring raid by Israeli Defense Forces. But pressure remains on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to free the remaining hostages and end the 5-month-old war. Netanyahu is vowing to destroy Hamas, but the military campaign to do so has sparked international protests and concerns over civilian casualties and a humanitarian crisis. President Joe Biden recently called the operation over the top. Netanyahu responded to those remarks on Fox News Sunday.
He made those remarks. I don't know what he meant by that, but I can tell you where we are. Look, we were attacked in the worst attack on Jewish people since the Holocaust. So what would America's response be? I'd say that it would be at least as strong as Israel's, and many Americans tell me we would have flattened them. We would have turned them into dust.
President Biden met with Jordan's King Abdullah II at the White House on Monday, discussing growing tensions in the Middle East, the release of additional hostages, and further humanitarian aid.
I'm working on this day and night with the king and others in the region to find the means to bring all these hostages home, to ease the humanitarian crisis, and to end the terror threat, and to bring peace to Gaza and Israel, enduring peace with a 2-state solution for 2 peoples.
Just weeks after the war first began in October, following the Hamas terror attacks, I spoke with Dan Senor, who was a foreign policy advisor to President George W. Bush. Senor recently traveled to Israel, and I wanted to speak with him again about how the nation is recovering and how determined they are to defeat Hamas.
Everywhere you go in the country, you're interacting with the trauma and the hangover, even still 4 months into it.
Dan Senor is the host of the podcast Call Me Back, and his latest book is called The Genius of Israel, The Surprising Resilience of a Divided Nation in a Turbulent World.
At 4 months right now, this will be, and it's no end in sight, Israel's longest war. And there's thousands of people who are fighting, who are just getting severely wounded. It's going to be a whole generation. And we spend time with families of the hostages. I know you've had on your show families of these hostages. I don't care what anybody says. No matter how many times you meet with them, it's just each time, it's just, it's gut-wrenching. And then just seeing friends and family who've also been directly affected by all of this. So in that sense, it's heavy. The trauma hangs over everywhere you go. I'm still upbeat, as you know, about Israel, and I think the country's incredibly resilient. But I will say, you're there and you spend time with people. You go down to Kfar Aza, which is the kibbutz, one of the kibbutzim that was just just terrorized. Went to the Nova Music Festival site, which was actually the most chilling part of the trip, I think, because you could just really visualize the killing field. So it was heavy. And then we had this news where the IDF had been working on this operation for some time, I've now learned, to go rescue these two hostages that were not in a tunnel. They were on the second floor of almost like an apartment complex. And the irony is it's in Rafah, which is becoming a point of contention between the Biden administration and the Israeli government about whether or not Israel can and should go into Rafah, and if they go into Rafah, how they go into Rafah. The Israeli leadership, and everyone I met with in the Israeli leadership, from right to left, every member of the War Council, every political faction that represents the different factions in the government, they all think they have to go into Rafah. You can't finish. Hamas will remain intact if they don't go into Rafah. And the administration is not saying no, but is saying they're putting a lot of constraints on Israel going into Rafah, which is right there at the Egyptian border. And the idea that you're having this debate, and then there's this news that Israel has to go in and get hostages out of Rafah, and you're sort of like, wait a minute, there are Israeli hostages in Rafah, and Israel is being told they can't go into Rafah, and it sort of triple underlines how outrageous it is that Israel is being told how it can fight this war.
So, last weekend, Biden called Netanyahu and to have this conversation. I don't know exactly how that went. Then you have it's so interesting the way this administration has pushed forward, because on the record, they'll say, we're very concerned. We're very concerned. Then you used to hear that there's more support behind the scenes, but now they're leaking out that Biden is more concerned about Netanyahu than ever and undermining him with anonymous quotes in the press. So it does make me wonder, like, sir, Mr. President, the American hostages could be in Rafah?
Right.
Right? I mean,
right. Well, I would
we
say,
don't know that, right?
No, they absolutely could be in Rafah, and not just undermining them with background quotes. Now, for the first time last week, we had the Israel being undermined with on-the-record quotes. So if you go back over the last few months, there have been some incredibly impressive statements from the administration that I have publicly praised. John Kirby has been extraordinary from the White House podium, basically saying Israel is having to fight a war under circumstances that no modern military has had to deal with, dealing with an enemy that hides in a civilian population, that has built 350 miles of tunnels underground that are impossible to get to. No counterinsurgency, no military, no one has had to deal with this. John Spencer, who's the head of urban warfare at West Point, just wrote this piece where he really lays out, he goes through every major war and counterinsurgency operation in modern times. He can't find another example of the conditions that Israel has to face with an enemy hiding in a dense civilian population with tunnels underneath. I mean, it's just unbelievable, willing to use human shields. And so the administration officials, Kirby, Matt Miller at the State Department, Tony Blinken, the president himself over the last few months have defended Israel and made the case that Israel is dealing with extraordinary circumstances. And then over the last few months, defending Israel against charges of disproportionality. And now Biden himself is saying Israel's response has been disproportional. Blinken said something that I thought was outrageous. He said what Hamas did to Israel on October 7th was dehumanizing. But just because what Hamas did to Israel was dehumanizing doesn't mean Israel has a, quote, license to dehumanize the Palestinians. What happened to Israel's fighting an impossible situation? What happened to, if Hamas wants to end this war, they can end it tomorrow by releasing the hostages and surrendering? What happened to, these were their arguments. Now suddenly Israel's dehumanizing a population. I would say those three statements this past week were outrageous. And this is coming from someone who has I've defended Biden and criticisms against Biden on this issue because I generally think since October 7th, the administration has been responsible. I think this week was bad. I think they're responding to domestic U.S. politics. I think they're worried about the progressive base. So I'm trying to give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt that they won't actually do as much damage as their rhetoric suggests. But make no mistake, the rhetoric is damaging.
And what also the media covering the Palestinian statements that say, don't hurt us in Rafah, that all these people are going to be injured. Israel is aware and they're worried about that. Then give back the hostages because they're there in Rafah.
Right. So you're talking about a little over 1 million people who are in southern Gaza. there are many things you could do. You could give back the hostages and surrender the leadership, or the Palestinian people could turn on the leadership and try because they know where a lot of these people are. Egypt could create a humanitarian corridor for many of these Palestinians. They're not interested in doing that. So right there at the Egyptian border is like slammed shut. Egypt does not want any Palestinians coming into the Sinai, into Egypt. They're worried about Hamas coming in. So they've slammed the door. So there's so many ways Palestinians could turn on Hamas. There's so many ways the Arab world, particularly Egypt, could put pressure on Hamas. There are so many ways that Hamas's leadership could end this thing. They're not interested in it. There are still, depending on how you calculate it, 4 to 6 battalions of Hamas that will not be eradicated unless Israel can get into Rafah. And Israel is not going to stop until they eradicate Hamas and get back their hostages.
What about UNRWA? This is the UN Relief Agency. Mike Tobin, our reporter in Israel, he showed these amazing tunnels with tiling, and the UNRWA organization was upstairs.
Right.
So should the United States and others just pull funding from that agency completely?
For some reason, the UN gives a special organization, which is the UN Relief and Works Agency. The UN gives a special agency just for the Palestinians, A. B, under every other category of refugees, a refugee is someone displaced by war or whatever, natural disaster, whatever it may be, and has nowhere to go, with one exception. The Palestinians. The Palestinians can settle somewhere else, right? But they have a refugee status for the rest of their lives. So they have a right to, quote unquote, return to Israel, I guess, for the rest of their lives. So this thing has been so politicized against Israel and as we now know, totally corrupted and captured by Hamas. I think there obviously has to be humanitarian programs to deal with the Palestinians in Gaza. No one's suggesting that those are not needed. What we are suggesting is the UN agency and the UN structure is ludicrous, dangerous, an organ of Hamas. It should be dismantled and be replaced. And any argument to the contrary is just, it's like it's allowing another organ of Hamas to continue to endure.
Am I correct that 80% of the funding comes from the United States?
Yeah, something like that. A majority of the funding comes from the U.S.
I mean, that's unacceptable.
Yeah, the funding has been suspended, and I think it should be suspended indefinitely.
After October 7th, you were here, and one of the things you said is that for the first time in your life, you felt vulnerable. And I think about that all the time, and I'm wondering, especially coming off of your trip that you just took to Israel, do you still feel that way?
Yeah, I think it's funny. I have this tendency to, and I think many Jews in the United States do, have this tendency to worry all the time about Israelis and worry about what Israel's going through, which is understandable, as we talked about at the beginning of this conversation. Just the trauma they're going through is, God, I mean, I'm just thinking about, we not only just the actual, when you see the devastation and you meet with people who are suffering, but, when I was there, we got briefed by mental health experts who are working on the mental health issues of hostages that are released, the mental health issues of the women who've been released who were, sexually assaulted both on October 7th and in captivity, the children who've been released and as hostages, and what it means to have been a hostage as a child for 50 days. I mean, I don't even know how one copes with it. So there's this tendency to just constantly worry about the Israelis. And when we were in Israel, we were together with a lot of Israeli friends. It's awful, but we'll get through it, is what they say. And then they say, how are you? We're more worried about you than you are about us. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I live in this very comfortable existence in Israel, even with the threats have changed for us. And they're like, what's happening in the United States, we never in a million years thought we would see. They would say, we Israelis, we never thought we Israelis would see which is pogroms going on college campuses, Jewish-owned businesses being attacked on the 85th anniversary of Kristallnacht, just like Jewish-owned businesses were destroyed in Germany in 1938. During Kristallnacht, just the taunting and tormenting of Jews, either rhetorically or physically. They are like what is going on in your country? We're worried about you. But the difference between the way they're suffering and we're suffering is they feel that they have a sense of agency, that they have something they can do about it. They can go fight Hamas. They can go eradicate Hamas. They can go rescue their fellow citizens, those hostages. So when I said I felt vulnerable, it's not just that I feel vulnerable. It's that I can be active and I can be engaged. But at the end of the day, we are to some degree at the mercy of the government we have, the law enforcement authorities we have, the leaders we have, and we need these people on side. And sadly, too many of them are not.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Dan Senor.
Rick Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Sneezing, coughing, stuffy nose, runny nose, postnasal drip, interrupted sleeping. I was groggy at the end of the day.
Allergies and sinus congestion were making Jana miserable. Then, a friend recommended Navage. Navage provides immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Navage helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
Navage gave me instant relief. I didn't have to wait 30 minutes. I didn't have to wait an hour, 90 minutes. I didn't have to wait a minute. I ran the rinse and I felt better.
Stop suffering from congestion and start breathing and feeling your best again with Navage. Navage.
I've had people ask me how I find relief, and I tell them Navage immediately. This thing is amazing.
Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm Cheryl, and I'm living with sarcoidosis ILD, a type of interstitial lung disease. ILD is hard to diagnose, but if you have it, you need to know now. The sooner you know, the sooner you and your family can face ILD together, because you cannot walk this walk alone. If you're out of breath and have a constant dry cough, it might be asthma or COPD, but it could be ILD. Ask a pulmonologist and keep asking until you know. Learn more now at lungsandyou.com.
Hi, it's Ian Bush. If you're looking for that perfect piece of furniture, you have to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. They have the largest in-stock inventory in the region, and I mean largest, enough to fill a 58,000 square foot showroom. Quality, high-end furniture and accessories, modern, traditional, mid-century, all types of European styles, current pieces, as well as antiques. They'll arrange to ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. So visit them on Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield, or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Millions of Americans are losing their medical assistance or Medicaid coverage. If this affects you, Independence Blue Cross can help. You may be eligible to enroll in a health plan for as little as $0 a month. With Independence Blue Cross, you get the largest provider network in the area, including most Keystone First doctors and hospitals. We also offer free 24/7 telemedicine, coverage for hospital stays and prescriptions. See if you qualify for $0 health insurance and enroll today. Call Independence Blue Cross at 1-844-464-2583 or visit ibx.com/stay covered.
It's over! Turn 7 liquidation must vacate Moorestown immediately! We've officially lost our lease, and now to the bare walls, everything must be sacrificed! All apparel and footwear is an extra 50% off our already lowest ticketed price! All Turn 7 furniture, electronics, and toys below cost! As low as 2 for $5, even 3 for $1! We've lost our lease in Moorestown and must liquidate and vacate now! Turn 7! Philadelphia Mills have a closing forever liquidation in Moorestown! Turn 7 liquidations!
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-217-1155. That's 800-217-1155. 800-217-1155.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, February 13th, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown. Many parts of the Northeast dealing with a big storm predicted to bring heavy snow totals throughout the region. Fox weather meteorologist Adam Klotz with more.
Big storm we're watching move across the country right now, currently across the southeast, just a big rainmaker. Overnight, it moves up in the mid-Atlantic in New England. Initially, it's rain. By the time we get into Tuesday, this becomes a major winter storm. We've got a winter storm warning in place, and get this, it includes New York City for the first time in over 2 years. 7 a.m., you begin to see this switch over to snow for a lot of these cities along the I-95 corridor. By early in the afternoon, this is going to be a real snowmaker. Early afternoon, it's really kind of cleared on out, but in that time, we're expecting a whole lot of snow to come down, windy conditions in place.
Some areas expected to get up to a foot of snow. Stay up to date with the latest. Make sure you have that Fox Weather app or go to foxweather.com. Voters in New York today casting their ballots to pick a replacement for ousted Congressman George Santos. Fox's Gernal Scott with more.
We may know later tonight if Republican Mazi Pilip or Democrat Tom Suozzi will be the one to fill the 3rd Congressional District seat Republican George Santos was expelled from last year. Suozzi gave up the 3rd District seat in 2022 to run for New York governor. Pilip is a legislator in Nassau County who is in her 2nd 2-year term. Democrats hope to retake the seat to further narrow the GOP House majority on Capitol Hill. The winner serves the rest of Santos' term and must win in November to serve in the next Congress. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
And the House going to try again to impeach a cabinet secretary. Fox's Ryan Schmelz.
It'll be round 2 for House Republicans trying to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, but this time they'll have some backup. Majority Leader Steve Scalise will be back on the Hill after receiving cancer treatments in Louisiana.
I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210. Wish you could show your kids the world? On a Disney Cruise Line vacation this summer, you can. On board, enjoy everything from Disney characters to imaginative dining, and onshore, sun-drenched beaches and charming locales await. Kayal and Company will be sending someone on a 7-night Disney cruise for 4 to the Caribbean. And it could be you. Listen for the keyword weekday mornings at 8:30. Then go to 1210WPHT.com and enter for your chance to win. Because the time to show your kids the world is now. From Kayal & Company and Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Gerhard's Appliances is Philly's place to get appliances you need for prices you'll love. Stop in now during the President's Day sales event to get patriotically priced kitchen packages, like this LG 4-piece stainless steel package for only $1,999. Prices like that put the suite in Kitchen Suite and are only available during Gerhard's Appliances President's Day sales event. Shop local and save big at Gerhard's, where 75 years of small business is kind of a big deal. Visit GerhardsAppliance.com.
Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. Well, that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardie plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Another record close for the Dow on Monday as it gained nearly 126 points to finish at 38,797, the 12th record close of the year thus far. The S&P 500 lost nearly 5 points. The NASDAQ was down over 48. Today, the January Consumer Price Index report will be revealed. The Producer Price Index report for the month is due later in the week on Friday. And earning reports expected today from Coca-Cola, Marriott, and Stellantis. And how big was the Super Bowl betting-wise? Well, data from GeoComply shows the number of verification checks it carried out over the weekend increased by more than 22% from last year, just over 122 million checks this year in 28 of the 29 states that offer online sports betting. And that's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
New York's 3rd Congressional District is highly coveted in any year. It covers parts of Queens and Nassau County on Long Island. It's the state's wealthiest district, and after redistricting, the new lines have it as a slightly blue seat, but only slightly. And immigration has been dominating voters' minds there ahead of today, as New York's been a main destination for many among the millions of migrants who've come to the country.
We're all from immigrants. Just come here legally, let everyone go through the process.
It seems like a lose-lose for both Republicans and Democrats.
Obviously, I want the crime rates to go down as much as we can, secure the border, and make sure we're living in a safe society. That's the main concern.
It's one seat that Democrats, though, have put millions of dollars toward as part of what Congresswoman and head of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, Susan DelBene, calls their red to blue effort.
Former Representative Tom Suozzi is the perfect fit for the district. We're doing all we can to engage voters and send him back to Congress.
Tom Suozzi lost the seat in 2022 to Republican George Santos after Suozzi held it for 3 terms. After George Santos's lies came to light and he was charged by federal prosecutors with embezzling money from his campaign, lying to Congress, fraud, and money laundering, Congress expelled him late last year. The Republican candidate now is Mazi Pilip, an Ethiopian woman who moved to Israel, then served in the armed forces there before moving to the United States and raising a family here. She entered politics a few years ago and has been serving as a Nassau County lawmaker. Suozzi's accused Pilip of hiding, though the two have debated.
My opponent, Mazi Pilip, is George Santos 2.0. Utterly unvetted, lying about her record.
Democrats need to flip just 5 seats to gain control of the House, and there are currently 4 vacancies, all seats left empty by Republicans. Right now, the Republican majority is so slim in the House, they can only afford to lose 3 votes when deciding on legislation.
It feels very good because people are very much worried about the future of our country.
Mazi Pilip is a Nassau County legislator running for New York's 3rd Congressional District.
Whether it's the migrant crisis, the border crisis, or the safety, and our economy. People are unhappy about these 3 main subjects and very much engaged to do everything in their power to bring a new face, fresh voice to Congress.
So you feel people want something different? Because Tom Suozzi, your opponent, he represented this district before. You're getting the sense people want something else.
Yeah, something else because they know, he was in the majority in Congress when he decided to support Biden 100% of the time, and he decided to open the southern border. The border crisis that we are seeing right now, the migrant crisis, is something that was created by Biden and Tom Suozzi. He has to be held accountable. And to be fair, he has to own this. And the same things when it comes to, when you see like illegal migrants right now coming and attacking police officers, or just a resident last week, a Nassau resident, he was attacked and punched in his face. Illegal migrant again. And then a few days ago, a 15-year-old migrant, was shooting in Times Square. Again, the same issue, the same formula. When you are weak or soft on crimes, and when you don't support law enforcement, and when you don't secure the border, this is exactly what's happening. And who we can blame on that is Biden and Suozzi. And as elected officials, they have to own it. You just have to own it. You can't try to lie about this. You cannot run away of your record.
Have you felt the pressure of this campaign? I mean, this is a major seat given the political climate. We've got extremely tight margins in the House, and everybody's really paying attention to this race from across the country because of how tight the margin is. Do you feel that? Do you feel that pressure?
It's not pressure. I feel the obligation to win this election because it's really about the future of our country. After all, I'm a mother of 7 children, and I love this country. And this country has been great to me and to my husband. So it is not about Mazi or Swazi. It's about taking our country to the right direction. That's the pressure I feel as a mother. Forget about these elected officials. It's not about the power. Am I going to make it to Congress or not? It's when you think about the real issues, the issues we are facing here, the Americans and the people who live in Nassau and New York State. It is very much concerning.
7 kids, my goodness. Mazel tov.
Thank you. Thank you.
So some of the criticism I've been tracking is that you've run too low-key of a campaign. You've been absent was the word, right? One of your fellow lawmakers in Nassau County said that because you left a meeting without voting on how to spend American Rescue Plan dollars in the county, this means you can't represent your district in Congress fairly. A party official held an event for you on Shabbat, and you observed Shabbat, so you couldn't attend, and so you were criticized for not attending. And then, of course, Mr. Swazi, who's represented this district before, likened you to George Santos for not being transparent enough, and said you were unvetted. That's quite a comparison to be compared to George Santos. I wonder how you would like to respond to any of the things that are being said about you.
And again, another lies, another reason to distract the voters. So basically, instead of focusing on the real issues, they're trying to remove people and distract them. Let's talk about the one vote I missed, okay? I have been legislator 2.5 years, one vote. I had emergency, I had some family issues, personal issues I had to take care. I have been voting every vote. There is no such a thing I'm missing. But again, they have to say that. And then they're trying to link me to Santos. I mean, the chairman of the Nassau County vetted, he took this so serious, the Santos issue, and he vetted everyone who wanted to run for Congress. He took it so serious. He hired 3 different independent firms to run background checks about me and other candidates. So again, his way is to link me with Santos and trying to create this image of me lying about my work experience and degrees. I mean, come on. Let's focus on the real issues. Again, their way to try to distract people. And the matter of fact, he talks about me. Why he never explained to the public what happened with his, ethic investigation when he was in Congress. So why he never spoke about this 300 stock transaction that he didn't report. And as a result, he was under investigation. The ethic committee was investigating him. So why he doesn't talk about this, So let's focus on the real issues. I'm very proud of my achievement. It is who I am, and I'm taking my job very serious as a county legislator. I did in 2 years so many things, from not increasing taxes for 2 years in a row while he was increasing taxes, and supporting law enforcement. I'm the only candidate in this race that was endorsed over 10 police union. None of them endorsed him. Why? Because as a county executive, he made it very hard for law enforcement. He wanted to cut 300 police officers from Nassau County. He was supporting defunding the police movement. He kicked ICE from here. None of them supported him. Even the border patrol union, they endorsed me. They really believe I can solve the problem of the borders. They didn't endorse him. So those are the real facts,
And you said, how many police unions have endorsed you, or how many law enforcement unions have endorsed you?
Wow. Over 10. I think close to 12. I don't know, but I can tell you over 10. And on top of it, the border control. Patrol. Yeah, it's huge. It's huge itself. They don't do that because Mazi is cute. They're doing this based on my support. I have been so serious about this. Law enforcement is a serious thing. It's not a joke. As a mother of 7 children, I worry about the safety of my children. I'm sorry. When you see from the borders coming illegal guns and fentanyl, killing our American citizens, I'm worried about my children. This is the big issues. We are facing one of the most challenging time of the American history. And I want people to understand it. If you vote for Swazi, you're basically voting to open border, voting being soft on crime, not supporting law enforcement, and increase taxes. And I don't think the 3rd Congressional District want that. They want a person like me, a mother, a fighter, not a politician, and somebody who have proven a record of cutting taxes, supporting law enforcement, and being there for the people and deliver. I'm a person of action, not a talker.
Let's talk about one issue that might matter to some folks in your district, because it was a poll question. I guess one of the polls done on this in the district gives you the edge on dealing with immigration, as you've talked about, but it does favor Mr. Suozzi on abortion. I think abortion is going to be an issue Democrats campaign on, as they did in 2022. And this district can tell us a lot. It's a swing district that you're running in. How do you feel about the overturning of Roe, and what is your position on abortion now?
Yeah, exactly. I have been so clear about this the last 7 weeks where I'm standing about abortion. Unfortunately, Tom Suozzi and his political leaders were lying, totally lying about me. It's unbelievable. Millions they invested against me by putting those negative TV ad. I will tell you where I stand, okay, on abortion. I am a mother of 7 children. This is me as a person. I'm pro-life because this is what I believe. This is my religion. However, okay, I said abortion is a personal decision. Every mother, every woman should make that decision. Therefore, I'm not going to support national abortion ban. I'm not going to risk women health care. And I made it so clear, and I'm not going to even force my own beliefs to any woman. And the funny part is, a person who's a mother for 7 children, okay, I was pregnant 6 times. Tom Suozzi, a man that never been pregnant, okay, telling what's women's right and what's women's health care. I know the fear of being a mother. I know the anxiety during pregnancy. I know the morning sicknesses that every pregnant woman have it. Depression. I know all this. So I understand this better than Tom Suozzi. He using this like as a weapon. Okay, for his political benefits, basically. Every time he's going to play that just to get another power, let's scare all the women, and let's just do that because I need the power, I need to go back to Congress, or I need to win an election. It is sickening, it is disgusting, even in a lot of ways disrespect, because I am telling you, I will be there to protect women's rights. And I made it so clear because it's very personal to me. And I hope none of the women who out there not going to listen. This is all politics, using this issue as a powerful weapon to win an election. Enough is enough.
Mazi Philip, the Republican candidate for New York's 3rd Congressional District, thank you so much for joining us.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Also, we reached out to Tom Suozzi's campaign, and he declined to be interviewed.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You see a huge group of people and maybe they're in line to do something and they seem happy about it. You have to wonder, okay, what am I missing? What's going on here? What are these people excited about? Well, in this case, it's thousands of people and they're joining Medi-Share. Why? Well, Medi-Share is a much more affordable alternative to health insurance. It's reliable, too. It's a well-run community of Christians. They've been sharing each other's medical expenses for more than 30 years, so it's proven. And if you switch, you'll likely save hundreds of dollars a month. Most members wind up paying about half what they used to. And you know what? They find they like it better. Medi-Share's member satisfaction rate is 98%. That's way better than health insurance, as you might imagine. You don't have to pay for things you don't believe in. You get telehealth 24/7, huge freedom in choosing your doctors. At least check into it. This may be one of those things where you're like, why didn't I do this a long time ago? Why not start saving now? Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage. You can't control the weather, but at Horizon Services, we make sure your home is warm all season long. Whether it's time for a tune-up, a repair, or a system upgrade, our expert technicians will guide you to a custom heating solution that gives you peace of mind. We're always available with same-day 24/7 service, and to get you through the rest of the season, we're offering $50 off any repair. Plus, get comfort on your terms with flexible finance options. Your comfort is our priority. Schedule your visit online at horizonservices.com/radio.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't miss a special edition of Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaris and Mark Cumberland this Saturday afternoon at 4. Find out everything you need to know about buying and selling a home. Considering a career in real estate, visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com and listen to Good News in Real Estate this Saturday at 4.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A lot of schools are closed because of the weather, and the Philly School District is having a 2-hour delay. Donald Trump is asking the Supreme Court to pause his immunity ruling in the 2020 election interference case. And the city gets a grant for a new workforce program to build more charging stations for electric cars.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-359-3434. 800-359-3434.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Millions in the Northeast under winter storm warnings today, bracing for a nor'easter expected to bring up to a foot of snow in some areas. This man in New York preparing for the heavy snowfall.
If you got a snowblower, life is great, but mine's broken, so I'm the snowblower.
And hazardous travel conditions, impossible delays at airports are expected. Jordan's King Abdullah II visiting the White House or meeting with President Biden Monday about the ongoing war in Gaza and the toll it's taking on civilians.
Every innocent life in Gaza is a tragedy, just as every innocent life lost in Israel is a tragedy as well.
King Abdullah in the meeting calling for an immediate ceasefire as the talks are reportedly continuing to free the remaining hostages. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Kansas City Chiefs coach Andy Reid confirms he will be back next season. Reid will lead KC in the attempt to win an unprecedented third straight Super Bowl. The Chiefs hold their victory parade Wednesday. The Pittsburgh Steelers released quarterback Mitchell Trubisky after 2 seasons. The Dallas Cowboys are signing former Vikings head coach Mike Zimmer as defensive coordinator. UCLA has hired former Bruins player and assistant coach Deshaun Foster as the new head coach. NBA, the 76ers beat Cleveland 123-121. That ended the Cavs' 9-game winning streak. College basketball, Duke over Wake Forest for the 25th straight time at home. Blue Devils win at 77-69. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
This was the year that the rest of the NFL was supposed to get Kansas City. I bought into that. I picked Kansas City to play in the Super Bowl against San Francisco. I wasn't buying it halfway through the year. This was not the usual Kansas City Chiefs offense. In fact, it was the reverse. Normally, the defense kind of catches up with the offense towards the playoff run, and they start to make some plays. Not this year. They led this organization forward. Won some games, yes. Was it pretty? No. Mahomes frustrated. Kelsey went through a huge slump. They were losing on Christmas Day to the Raiders. In fact, there were moments in the first half, it was reminiscent of that type of game. Frustration, offense is stumbling out of the gate. They're not possessing the ball all that much. And, you know, while there were some naysayers for Mahomes in the first half, I didn't hear from very many in the second half on social media.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
You want to show that special person in your life how much you care? Then start the new year off with the 5 C's from Cozy Jewelers. I'm talking about color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy Touch. Our diamonds showcase vibrant color, precision cut, unparalleled clarity, and a carat that captures hearts. All of that adds up to an unforgettable gift, and that is the Cozy Touch. So for any special occasion, there is only one place to shop, Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at cozyjewelers.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. Are you still on the fence about owning gold? It's time to pull the trigger with the Oxford Gold Group and buy gold and silver. Nobody can predict the future, but we can't put our head in the sand either. The Oxford Gold Group are the pros. They make owning gold and silver simple and easy to understand. Call Oxford Gold Group right now, and you may qualify for up to $10,000 in free precious metals. Call 833-995-GOLD. That's 833-995-GOLD.
Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you to the limits of your plan. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with promo code CLAY.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, stop struggling to stay afloat and call Accredited Debt Relief today for faster relief. Depending on your financial situation, you may qualify for a 40% or higher reduction in your monthly payments and only have to make one consolidated monthly payment you can afford. Accredited Debt Relief has helped over 300,000 qualified consumers pay off over $1 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. This is the light at the end of the debt tunnel to become debt-free. So make the call to Accredited Debt Relief now and see how much you can save. There's no obligation, so call now and get relief from your debt faster.
Call 800-354-4554. 800-354-4554. That's 800-354-4554. Program and services not available in all states.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks Vapors.
Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Don't miss a special edition of Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaris and Mark Cumberland this Saturday afternoon at 4. Find out everything you need to know about buying and selling a home. Considering a career in real estate, visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com and listen to Good News in Real Estate this Saturday at 4.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, February 13th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I'm at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Bad weather is a-coming. Valentine's Day is coming. And we have Disney keyword day number 9 this morning, coming up at 8:30. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great.
We were all here super early this morning. Stocker was in the parking deck before I was.
I stole your spot.
You did?
I did.
I'm like 3 spots down now.
I'm sorry.
I could use the extra steps. A lot of Super Bowl food.
I didn't know what I was expecting, what we were expecting this morning. Just rain right now.
That's correct.
I assume it's changing over, Dawn?
It is.
And we will have those details coming up.
Timing? Do we know timing?
We do.
Wow.
Tease,
That's my
Greg.
tease.
We're going to draw this out like the keyword.
I can see that.
The weather shall wait.
Yep.
And we will get there in a moment. Big take this morning on a Wall Street Journal exclusive with our Vice President of the United States. Is the Veep ready to take the leap? We'll get to that. And then also, we've been talking a lot about what's the plan B for Democrats? Politically, how do they handle it? But how do they go about it procedurally? We'll give you those details on how a switcheroo would occur, courtesy of Politico, as we continue this morning. And also another trans shooter. It's been a lot of them lately, folks. I've got all the details. The most recent one being at Joel Osteen's church, his mega church in the Houston, Texas area.
I assume with this one we're going back into social media, finding out who he, she, them, it, they voted for, pulling up all the posts, and then castigating an entire group for that, right? Oh, no, we're not doing that?
Well, maybe.
Okay.
Perhaps.
Just asking.
There was a lot of warning signs there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fingers to point the blame towards.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know where you were going there.
Thank God they had armed guards at the church.
Yeah.
I know. How about that? 2 off-duty officers.
Right.
Boom. Killed the suspect.
Heroes.
I want to know who this person voted for, because that is always the question, right?
Well, that's the question as to how much coverage it'll get in the media.
Mm-hmm.
The public demands to know who this person voted for.
I agree. We'll get to that as we continue this morning. Cut sheet will be loaded. And then also a couple of crazy stories. One, the New York Times, after just crushing and bashing Joe Biden, rolls out a new op-ed piece from a neuroscientist who will defend Joe on his memory and age. And then also, did you see this story about Alyssa Milano? Have you guys been paying attention to her public cry for money?
I mean, I get my daily updates on Melissa Milano. What's her name? Oh, Alyssa Milano, excuse me.
You still get the newsletter?
I do. I get alerts on my phone every time there's Alyssa Milano news.
We will have to point out this fraud as we get closer to the cut sheet this morning. But before all of that, let's get to the news. Let's get to the weather. There's a lot of it, and for that, we give you the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live with winter storm alerts galore. So we've got it all for you, including, yes, the timing of this winter storm. Schools in Philadelphia are making adjustments this morning due to snow in the forecast. At times, heavy snow. School District of Philadelphia operating on a 2-hour delay. All athletic events and after-school activities will proceed as scheduled. Archdiocesan high schools and parochial grade school buildings in the city will be closed due to the storm. So as we track this wintry weather moving in, the rain right now as I speak is starting to change to snow closer into the city. So a slushy, messy morning commute closer in. If you're in the Poconos, you're not really 6 to 9 inches of snow.
Well, you're not going anywhere.
So it's more than sloppy. It's snowy in the Poconos. We'll get to all of it, but I want to get to so much other news of the day, and there's a whole lot of it. Philadelphia police investigating after a security guard was shot in the Frankford neighborhood last night, 4300 block of Bermuda Street. Police say that officers arrived at that scene to find a 36-year-old man with multiple gunshot wounds in his head, chest, and arm. Officers say the victim was found on the street right next to the passenger side of an SUV that he had stepped out of. The guard transported to Temple University Hospital, where he is in critical condition this morning. A woman and child exited that same SUV moments before the shooting. They were not struck, thank God, by that gunfire. So we're following this very carefully. We don't have a suspect in custody at this time. So Philadelphia police, this is an active investigation this morning. The son of a Pennsylvania state senator, Sharif Street, has been arrested for a hit and run that injured a 14-year-old girl. Police confirming that Sharif Street Jr. he is the grandson, obviously, of John Street, former Philadelphia mayor. So a legacy family in Philadelphia, if you will. Sharif Street Jr. arrested January 29th, 2024, many months after that crash that actually happened way back in August of 2023. That hit and run happened, according to authorities, in the morning at Broad and Erie Ave in the city's Hunting Park section.
Didn't you have the story last week or the week before?
I did. I had the story, but I didn't know all the details.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, because you sent it to us in our group text, and now it's kind of just making news, right?
Yeah, it's odd. I'm being kind. This story was tough to confirm. I'll just put it that way. It was whatever was going on. This thing was buried.
Was this like family protection based on who the relative of the suspect is?
I don't have that confirmation on the on the record.
She's being very coy. That's why I'm trying to pull it out of her, but I know what she's what she's doing.
Yeah, Coy and I have never really jived.
I found the what I sent at our group text that Greg's referring to, and that's why at one point you're like, what are you sending me this for? So I have the original document, one of the original documents from the courts, because I just I'm a geek like that, and I just always am looking through court records.
This is what I responded to last week.
Yeah.
Saying, what is this in reference to? You are a geek.
I know. But I was like, because obviously the name Sharif Street, this is
of course
not just the state senator, but yeah, I mean John Street is an iconic Philadelphia family.
It's a legacy name in Philadelphia.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So the blessing out of this is that we're hearing that I know
she's tap dancing around this, Nick.
I am. I'm trying to.
You got her on skates at 6:08.
Sorry.
I'm just reporting to you, the good news out of this, the 14-year-old victim, according to authorities, suffered non-life-threatening injuries, but was injured. As far as Street Jr., he's charged with aggravated assault by vehicle as well as simple assault. I'm just following the court case. There you have it, sir. Just following the court case.
Follow the facts.
Sir. Follow the facts. We have a couple developments and a special election today. Perkiomen, by the way, in Perkiomen, the school district there, has voted to reverse a controversial bathroom policy that we've talked a lot about, that students had a walkout about. So remember that in their election, they went from Republicans ruling their school board to Democrats. This is Policy 720. We've talked a lot about it this morning. So ultimately, the issue that they have reversed is that now anybody who identifies as, let's say, anybody who identifies as female, even though they're biologically male with male body parts, can use the bathroom to their identity. So
Okay, so you can use the bathroom that for the gender that you pretend to be.
that you
Okay.
officially identify with.
Mm.
So then biological males could use a girl's bathroom
Right.
if they identified as a girl.
Well, I give it about 5 more school days until there's tampon dispensaries in the boys' bathroom.
That's when they end up on the ceiling.
Yeah, that's where they end up on the floor, ripped off the wall.
So we have that going on. By the way, the Pennsylvania court system website, I'm glad to report this morning, finally fully operational following, remember that cyber attack? It seems like forever ago.
It was like a month ago, right?
So finally it's fully back.
All
Oh, my
right.
goodness.
Now I can file some documents with the county.
Yes, indeed. Whew. We do have this has been a trying time, as we've said, for I should say, House Democrats who have held a 1-seat majority in the state's lower chamber, and this is Pennsylvania politics on display. So the deal is there's a special election just today. We've been talking about this with 2 Republicans, that is Izaz Gill and Patrick Gushu, vying for the Republican nomination here in what GOP members consider one of Philadelphia's few attainable House seats. About 59% of the district's registered voters there are Democrats, while 28% are registered Republicans, 13 are independent. So they're the ones who are running against embattled Kevin Boyle, who we've talked about. So that one has been going on for sure. Let's talk about the news. Let's talk about the forecast of the day. And this is a huge forecast because there's heavy snow expected, especially north and west of the city. And by the way, the Sixers beat the Cavs 123-121. Flyers won 5-3 against Arizona. So a winning night. As we track the wintry weather moving in, yes, the rain is changing to snow this morning. Slushy, messy morning commute, Lehigh Valley and far northwest suburbs where accumulating snow will reduce visibility. Snow is accumulating on the roadways, so you definitely want to allow extra time for sure today as you make your way into the city and around the city. So as far as the timeline goes, South Jersey, you're better off, and it's more of a rain event. Same for Delaware as well. But for us in the city of Philadelphia, the big changeover as the temperature drops. So when we came in this morning, it was 37 degrees.
Yeah.
Now it's dropping. So it's 34 at this time. And that is, as this drops, the wintry mix right about, let's see, right now it's starting to, especially in the suburbs, it's already flipping. It's transitioning. And then I didn't even mean to use that word, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So fully to snow by 8 a.m. in the city, fully to snow. And that snow will continue quite heavy through 11 a.m., but the snow pretty much is done by noon.
Okay.
So right now, depending on where you are, that wintry mix, either it's already snow if you're out in, let's say, Quakertown.
Well,
if you're in Quakertown, it's snowing.
My sister's up in Parkland, and she's got 4 inches already. She just sent me a picture. It's like a winter wonderland up
Oh,
there
my
already.
goodness.
Yep.
So in the city, that rain, that slushy mix, so not great roads. I'm hearing about a lot of slipping and sliding already. So be safe, as we say. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:14 as we get ready for another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by Budget Blinds. The Big Take, the leap of the Veep. Usually in life and in the workforce, you need to have success in your current role if you aspire to land a bigger role. To be a brand manager, perhaps in radio, you probably need to first thrive as the assistant brand manager. In football, you probably should excel as the offensive or defensive coordinator before you become the head coach. And when it comes to hosting maybe a radio show in morning drive, you probably should have some experience in a smaller market or doing nights or middays. Promotions come in life for those who have achieved in their current position. At least that's the way I perceive it. But don't tell that to Vice President Kamala Harris, because the Veep is ready to make the leap. In a Wall Street Journal exclusive, Kamala Harris says she is ready to serve as Biden faces age scrutiny. In a recent interview, the vice president cites her capacity to lead after stops on her abortion rights tour. And this really should come as no surprise. Kamala has always been about shattering glass ceilings and achieving the unthinkable, right? Didn't I just say in yesterday's Big Take that the rats are starting to scurry off the ship? The Titanic is sinking and everyone is leaking things to the media and positioning themselves for their next gig once the big guy goes. Here's an excerpt from the Wall Street Journal. Vice President Kamala Harris was detailing her priorities for the campaign during a flight on Air Force Two early last week when she was asked a delicate question hanging over the Democratic ticket. Do voters' concerns about President Biden's age mean she must convince them she is ready to serve? Quote, I am ready to serve. There's no question about that, Harris responded bluntly. Everyone who sees her on the job, Harris said, quote, walks away fully aware of my capacity to lead, end quote. The response during an interview with the Wall Street Journal on Tuesday came 2 days before a special counsel report on Biden's handling of classified documents amplified the concerns about the 81-year-old incumbent's mental acuity. The report said Biden displayed, quote, diminished faculties in interviews and called him, quote, an elderly man with a poor memory. The findings have intensified the scrutiny on Harris, 59, the first woman and black vice president whose tenure has been marked by criticism of her political skills. What had been quiet talk of whether Harris could step into the presidency is now spilling out into the open. There is zero chance, in my opinion, that Kamala Harris is set to lead the free world as the president of the United States. But Harris, the least popular VP in modern U.S. history, says she can handle anything thrown her way. Listen and watch this.
I'm Vice President of the United States. Anything that I handle is because it's a tough issue.
Okay, so tough issues that you handle. Let's start with you being dubbed the border czar, the single biggest failure of the Biden administration, even above and beyond with the economy, is our southern border. This was the Veep in June of 2021 on MSNBC. Listen and watch this.
Do you have any plans to visit the border?
At some point, we are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I mean, I don't understand the point that you're making. I'm not discounting the importance.
Probably explains the 300,000 plus alone in December of 2023. And what about artificial intelligence? That was her next promotion, right? Remember this doozy? Listen and watch.
I think the first part of this issue that should be articulated is AI is kind of a fancy thing. It's, first of all, it's 2 letters. It means artificial intelligence. But ultimately what it is it's about machine learning. And so the machine is taught. And part of the issue here is what information is going into the machine that will then determine, and we can predict then, if we think about what information is going in, what then will be produced in terms of decisions and opinions that may be made through that process.
So you get out what you put in. Got it. Thanks. But is Kamala Harris getting increased publicity and handling more important projects by design? The Wall Street Journal insinuates that in this excerpt where they say, quote, in recent months, Harris has taken on greater and more public responsibilities. She has become the administration's lead messenger on abortion rights. She was put in charge of the White House's new Office of Gun Violence Prevention and is playing a higher profile role in the administration's handling of the war in Gaza. All right, Kamala. Enhanced responsibilities? Let's talk about them, shall we? Let's talk about guns in Gaza. Here was Kamala Friday attempting to give a coherent speech on gun violence in this country. Listen and watch.
I'm pointing to the direction of what I believe is the Capitol. And what needs to happen in terms of people who otherwise have evidenced themselves having a feckless quality to show some courage
to reject the false notion that suggests you're either in favor of the Second Amendment or you want to take everyone's guns away, when in fact it's just reasonable. I support the Second Amendment, but it's reasonable to say we need an assault weapons ban. It's reasonable to say we need universal background checks, that we need red flag laws. It's reasonable to say that if you want to deal with violence in the community, you also got to understand it's not only about mass shooting situations, which are horrific, and it's about everyday gun violence.
Not really sure what she was rambling about there. We played you that yesterday in the cut sheet coming off of the weekend. But what about the Middle East? What would Harris's message be to Iran? Listen and watch this.
What's the message to Iran?
Don't.
As President Biden said, just don't.
Exactly. One word. Pretty straightforward.
Yep, pretty intimidating. I'm sure Iran will stop their attacks with all of their proxies based on that powerful and forceful one word. The Wall Street Journal continues saying, quote, there was always going to be a lack of scrutiny and pressure on her in the 2024 campaign, and that moment is here now, said Jennifer Palmieri, who worked on the Obama and Clinton administrations and for Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign, saying, quote, I think that the special counsel's report has sort of accelerated that moment, end quote. And when the accelerated moment comes, you obviously must be unburdened about what has been. Right, Kamala? Listen and watch.
Because now what people perhaps had never seen before can be seen to know what's possible. But the brilliance of this inaugural class and its leaders is the ability to see what can be, unburdened by what has been, and then to make it real.
I think what she's really saying is if at first you don't succeed, try again. Still, once again, interpretation problems every time Kamala gives us a classic word salad. But let's stop thinking like Kamala, which is scary, and let's think next level. Is this perhaps Joe Biden's way of staying in the race to finish the job of passing the torch to the first female president? The reality is, in all likelihood, Kamala Harris would have no shot in hell of beating Donald Trump. But if Biden stays in, wins re-election, and then immediately resigns in 2025, he could hand it off to Kamala, and then the rest of us will be forced to take up prayer in our everyday lives. In the last piece from the Wall Street Journal, they say, quote, there is no serious talk of replacing Biden on this year's presidential ticket, Democratic officials say, pointing to the filing deadlines for primary ballot access that have already closed. In the unlikely circumstance that Biden withdraws as the Democratic nominee, Harris would still have to earn the required delegates to take his place at the party's convention in August. If it were to happen after the convention, a special meeting of the DNC would decide the party's presidential ticket, that according to the DNC's rules. So I think you can all take a deep exhale and a sigh of relief. For now. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big Take this morning brought to you by Budget Blinds. BudgetBlinds.com, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Free in-home consultations and the only no-questions-asked warranty in the business. Ask about their exclusive inspired collection online at BudgetBlinds.com. You can jump in on the conversation if you would like. 855-839-1210. At 1210 WPHT on social media and, of course, in the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT to watch the show. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and have your voice heard today. We'll come back, get some thoughts and reaction to that, as well as what would Plan B look like for the Dems as we continue this morning on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now, how much I love the Chapman family team and all the beautiful work they've done to make my home not only lovely, but energy efficient, especially on days like this. You need to be cozy. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I certainly would trust only the Chapman family team. But you may not think of Chapman right away for siding or stucco remediation. I would trust nobody else with this important investment in your home. So if you're thinking of updating your current siding or maybe removing your current stucco and then replacing it with siding, I want you to think Chapman. Obviously, it would greatly improve the curb appeal of your home. It's got to pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding will certainly add value and beauty to your home. If you're looking to sell, yeah, you can bet buyers are going to value updated new siding. Right now is a great time. Get ahead of the ball and plan for your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on this job. So if you or somebody you know, maybe you're looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, all that beautiful hardware, those choices, or stucco remediation, give them a call. You can text them 610-431-8898. Visit them online, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. You can take a virtual tour at chapmanwindowsdoors.com to get some ideas. Tell them Dawn sent you.
For a limited time, when you call Oliver for a new air conditioner, you'll get a gas furnace for free. You heard right. Buy a new high-efficiency air conditioner today, and the gas furnace is free. Plus, 0% financing and monthly payments as low as $99. Call 855-275-6548 or visit oliverheatcool.com. Oliver Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Reliable, fast service you've come to trust for more than 50 years.
Financing and payments are subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions apply.
Now, your Live Nation lineup.
Don't miss these upcoming shows.
See Foreigner and Styx at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion on July 28th. And check out Chicago with Earth, Wind, and Fire at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion July 31st. Plus, see the Doobie Brothers and Steve Winwood at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion August 3rd. Don't forget, Foreigner and Styx, Chicago and Earth, Wind, and Fire, and the Doobie Brothers with Steve Winwood. For tickets and info, go to livenation.com.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchuk, PNC Bank Regional President. At PNC Bank, we're committed to making a difference in the communities we call home. Since 2004, our employees have volunteered over 1 million hours through our Grow Up Great initiative, aiming to help young children cultivate a love for learning. We believe everyone deserves the chance to have a strong foundation. We're proud to be part of the Philadelphia, Delaware, and Southern New Jersey communities. PNC Bank, see how we can make a difference for you at pnc.com/growupgrade. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
Time to finally lose that weight the safe and natural way with NJ Diet. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep the weight off. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Doors take us to summers away or winter adventures and afternoon getaways. Your dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors by working with you on a comprehensive plan to help you reach your wealth's full potential. Because doors were meant to be opened. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimum supply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE SIPC.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing, custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Free speech lives here. With Don Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Kayal Company, 6:30 Tuesday morning. Welcome back in. Good to have all of you aboard. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app, and of course, watch us live on YouTube, 855-839-1210. We don't get 123.4 million viewers on a daily YouTube show like the Super Bowl does, but we're doing quite well. But we would like it if you hit the like and subscribe button. Stalker giving me these numbers right before the show this morning. Super Bowl 58, by the way, averaged 123.4 million viewers. It is now the most watched live television program in a generation, up 7% from last year. And this is almost in the wheelhouse when Apollo 11 with the moon landing brought in between 125 and 150 million viewers.
Wow.
So landing on the moon or Taylor Swift, what is the more iconic moment? You decide.
You know, she was only on screen for like 54 seconds.
Yeah, they said there was a total of 12 camera shots total.
Yeah.
Yeah. Much like the commercials, I didn't notice it.
There was a bet. There was an over-under on how many times she would be shown, and I think somebody said that it was
5.5.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
So the over-under was 5.5, and it ended up going well over.
Way over.
Yeah, that's
by the first half. I think
that's
it was
a low
5.5.
number.
Yeah.
If I would have seen that prop bet, I would have emptied out the 401k on that one.
She had the best. I will say she had the best reactions. You know, she has the like the open mouth, like
yeah.
And then the nail biting. I mean, she really.
It's like she knows the camera's on her.
I don't think she did. I actually don't think she did. I just think she's into it.
You don't think they have like a little thing on her ear, like, "Hey, we're coming to you.
No.
Chug that water. Pretend it's a Michelob Ultra." All right, enough of Taylor Swift. Let's get to the female that matters here, Kamala Harris. I thought this was interesting yesterday because now it's not completely coordinated, not entirely coordinated, all right? Because this exclusive with Wall Street Journal happened last Tuesday when they sat down. They probably had, the whole transcribing process and then probably had to write up a few different drafts. But the timing is interesting considering Joe's, demise cognitively comes out in this special counsel report on Thursday, and now Wall Street Journal says, hey, you know what? I think now's the perfect time to run this story on Kamala Harris being, quote, ready for the big moment and the stage. Dawn Stensland, do you think that Kamala Harris is diabolical enough to step over the corpse of Joe Biden?
Diabolical? No, I don't know if she's diabolical.
Would she walk over his carcass to take over the presidency?
Sure.
I think she would.
Yeah.
I really think she would. Greg Stocker, do you think Joe's only sticking around just to hand off the reins to Kamala?
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
Yeah.
I think that...
So then we do believe that this is a possibility.
Sure.
A possibility that she takes over?
That she eventually is one day president of the United States.
Oh, I think it's more than a possibility, guys.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry to say that.
Well, because we've been going through this, and it's, Michelle Obama, that's a no shot. That's a long shot. No chance in hell. She hates politics, blah, blah, blah. Gavin's running this shadow campaign, but...
Guys, as bad as this special counsel report was, they are counting their lucky stars that this came out in February and not October.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Well,
there's 8 months now where they can spin and try and do some sort of damage control on it, like Joe Biden going to TikTok.
Well, there's which we will play for you coming up in the cut sheet, the actual video of his premiere on TikTok. But they're stuck between a rock and a hard place because they play identity politics, and you can accuse Republicans of doing the same now when you trot out Tim Scott, Vivek Ramaswamy, Elise Stefanik, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, minority males, females. So Republicans could very well be guilty of the same thing as well. But, they have tried so desperately to elevate Kamala, to show that in year 3 she's ready, and in year 4 is going to be her breakout year. And, even though she has failed with every kind of chore or task that she has been assigned, the reality is, nobody can deny this, her role in the last handful of weeks to months has been elevated. Now, I don't think any female that's a Democrat could probably screw up abortion messaging, right? Like, I don't think it takes a rocket scientist female. Like, Kamala Harris might have the IQ of salad dressing, but she could actually deliver a great message on Roe v. Wade and female rights and health care for females and all of that. And then you throw in gun violence. It's a big issue. It's a big talking point in this country. It's like they're giving her the more main bullet points after she botched everything with the border. Then they tried to put her, in like the basement. Hey, why don't you just handle artificial intelligence? We're not really sure what that means or what you'll actually handle. We're just going to put you on AI for a little bit. But now she's back into the cycle of issues that actually matter to millions of Americans.
So your theory is that they know that Kamala Harris can't be elected president, but Joe Biden has a shot at it since he was elected in 2020.
And Joe came out and said this, what was this, a couple of months ago, I'm only running for re-election again to stop Trump. Didn't he? I think I'm paraphrasing there.
Yeah.
He said something to the effect of, I'm the only one that can beat him. That's. Yes. I mean, I think if Trump was out of the political arena, I don't think that Joe would seek re-election at this point. I think you can make the case, and I don't know what the percentage is, but I think there's a solid, reputable case to be made that if Donald Trump just said, you know what, I'm not going to run again, I'm enjoying my life, I'm playing golf, whatever, maybe Joe is a one-and-done president. I think that's possible. Now, the other side is he's a political animal. He's been at this for how many decades, and he was one of the youngest senators of all time in his 20s, and he wanted to be the president for a while, and he, quote, waited his turn, and he played the game, and he was the good guy. He did whatever Obama needed for 2 terms. So there's a part of me that says, hey, you fight for that long to get to the highest office in the country. You don't step aside unless you're forced out or you become incapacitated. But I do think there's an element to that. So figured we would get into that a little bit this morning. But as far as the plan goes, because we keep talking about successors and who would step in, Politico lays out the procedural element behind this. And I think this is important because we're talking about, well, just swap them out. It's not like, returning, a pair of sweatpants that don't fit with a receipt at Target. There's actually a procedure here. So basically, Politico lays this out in the following ways. The truth is that a backup strategy can only be deployed if Joe Biden voluntarily steps aside or is physically unable to stand for nomination. At that moment, despite the anxiety within the party, there's no dispute. Biden is on a glide path to the Democratic nomination. His long shot rival, Dean Phillips, has no shot. We've established that. So a late entering white knight candidate isn't an option at this point, even though only about 3% of the total delegates have been awarded so far. And by the way, we're just about 10 days out now from South Carolina on the Republican side of things. Short of incapacitation or a highly unlikely convention floor revolt from delegates already pledged to Biden and loyal to the president, there is only one practical plan B, according to Politico. And that's Biden himself agreeing to hand over the baton. They go on to say, and this is what I just mentioned, he's a proud man whose ego has been shaped by the experience of winning the election in the Senate in his 20s and then being denied the presidency several times before finally securing it, convincing him he's in an increasingly untenable position and needs to stand down will not come easy if you try to sell that to Joe Biden. But Politico goes on to say, there is a path that enables him to leave with dignity and on his terms. It begins with letting the Democratic primary campaign run its course ending on June 4th. So right as we roll into like Father's Day, the beginning of the summer, the date the last group of states will hold its primaries. Biden would finish as the undisputed victor with far more than the 1,968 pledged delegates that are necessary to claim the nomination. And then Biden would announce that he would not accept the nomination and he would release his delegates to a different nominee. He would basically put them back out there in the pool. He could insist that he's still fit to serve out another term, but that he accepts the public's concerns with a president who would be 86 at the end of a second term. He could remind voters that he has always said he was a bridge to a future generation of Democratic leaders. He could say the economy is back on track. He could note and argue that he defeated Trump once and he protected American democracy. He met his duty. At that point, the scramble would begin amongst potential successors between June 4th and August 19th, which is when the party's convention begins in Chicago. And interesting, you know, we've talked about Kamala, we've talked about Michelle, we've talked about Gavin Newsom. They also, in this article, they throw in J.B. Pritzker of Illinois. So is there another name that we are not thinking of? Because I have not thought of J.B. Pritzker, not even been on my radar. To me, it feels like Gavin is the guy, but then again, I bring up the identity politics. Are you really going to pass over a female African-American vice president for another white man? Granted, he's younger, but granted, he's ran an awful state. Run. And, oh, by the way, he's also from California like Kamala Harris was. This would be, the cries of racism and sexism would be off the charts for the party that claims to be progressive, right?
Well, that also gives credence to your theory that Joe's just running to hand the reins over to Kamala because he knows if they primary her, she'll lose.
Correct. In epic fashion.
Yeah.
I mean, so they're in a tough spot. There's we talk about benches, we talk about the double-edged sword of playing the identity politics game, and then of course you have this interview that leads up 2 days before this damning report on Biden. So get ready. I think you're going to see more puff pieces with Kamala coming out. And I'm surprised it came from the Wall Street Journal, to be completely honest.
It's got to crush Governor Phil Murphy of New Jersey that they're bringing up freaking. He's like, no, Jersey, really? They're paying attention to Pritzker? Well, are you kidding me? That on Fat Tuesday, you know what I mean? Like he's probably just. He doesn't go running like Tammy and me. You know what I mean? He's probably losing his mind.
Well, forget him for a second. What's going through the mind of Josh Shapiro? There's a lot of us that believe Josh Shapiro has presidential aspirations.
Wait a minute, guys. When Josh Shapiro decides he wants to run, he will run and he will win.
Okay.
I'm just telling you
that. Second time, Greg. Let's just mark this. 6:42 a.m. on Fat Tuesday, February 13th. It's the second time. We didn't mark the first time, did we?
I'm not sure. I don't know where we keep the mark tape at.
I know. I got to.
Do we have a cabinet for that?
No, probably not.
Good. That was good.
Probably not.
But I would love to know what's going through Shapiro's mind right now. He's seeing all these other names out there. I mean, Gavin Newsom. It's amazing. Gavin Newsom is not a great governor by any stretch. Mm-hmm. He's had a mass exodus from his state, yet it's just assumed because he's the governor of California and because he's always out in front of the cameras that he's the heir apparent.
It's just because he plays politics really well. He's very good at politics.
Yeah, no, he gets the game.
There's shades of Bill Clinton in him. You know what I mean? Like he is just a. He's a political whore, and he will do whatever if he sees that people view him as too far left,
he'll slide back.
He'll slide. He'll be a moderate.
Yep.
Whatever the way the wind is blowing, Governor Gavin Newsom will do that. Now, does he have enough appeal and charm and all that to win to win for president? I don't know. I feel like since Trump kind of took a sledgehammer to the quote-unquote politician, I believe that it's harder now for a straight out of central casting politician to be elected.
Okay. So you say appeal, you say charm, and you say sliding back more moderate. I mean, he's been giving some great speeches lately. His brain seems to be operating at a better capacity. Wow. I mean, are we going to start hearing the rumblings of Fetterman? Remember when he won the Senate position prior to going to Walter Reed, there were already puff pieces written, John Fetterman for president. He hadn't served a day in the Senate, and they were already beginning those talking points about Fetterman for president. Another one that I would not rule out, not this year, maybe not for 24, but in the next cycle, because the Democrats are going to have to be looking, and they're going to have to be digging. So
the problem with Fetterman is that he doesn't have enough. I shouldn't say that because he won Pennsylvania, but he just doesn't have enough of the it factor to be president.
You're probably right.
He's big, he's goofy, he's basically an internet troll. Yeah, he says some interesting things every once in a while, but he's still a pretty, left of center guy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Okay. You're not feeling it?
I'm not feeling it for him. I mean, could he be vice president? Maybe, but I just no.
All right. 855-839-1210 is the number. We have to get to another tragedy, sadly, that happened over Sunday with another trans mass shooting, this time in a place of worship and a very famous televised spot to boot. We'll get into that as we wrap up the hour. That'll probably spill over into the 7 o'clock hour as well. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, when a winter snowy day like this comes in, the crock pot must come out. The problem is, I don't always have all the time to go to the store, spend a ton of money on all the ingredients and time, and then come home, prep everything for the next day. This is where whatacrock.com comes in. They're delicious, ready-made meals, truly make dinner so easy. All I do, I put the meal in my slow cooker in the morning, run around all day. When I come home, dinner is ready and waiting, simmering and smelling so good. Unlike most meal kit companies, there is zero subscription required or prepping of ingredients required. That's what I love about it. Seriously, it's just so simple. Just drop that meal into your slow cooker, no prep. Dinner is one and done. Whatacrock.com has a huge menu of meals. I just put in a big order yesterday, by the way, and it's so much fun to look through. Just go to whatacrock.com and look through it. Huge menu. You can try the classics. Yes, old-fashioned pot roast. They probably have 6 or 7 different types of chili. That's what we're going to have today. Today is the bean chili, but they have hearty meat chilies. I mean, I know I'm making you hungry, but delicious. They also have things like chicken Alfredo, just so rich and delicious. And then some of the new faves, like the stuffed chicken parm meatballs. That's my son David's favorite. Or that lobster ravioli. So good, especially for Friday, because remember, we're coming into Lent right now. Hey, make sure you use promo code WPHT at checkout. Get $10 off at whatacrock.com. So whatacrock.com, code WPHT, $10 off. If you've tried Whatacrock before, you know how much of a lifesaver their dinners really are. Just order whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
We have time for one more cliche from Jalen Hurts.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Well, he's got a lot more than one.
You can't judge a book by its cover. Don't cry over spilled milk. Cat got your tongue. A picture is worth 1,000 words.
I'm wrong. It's more like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Anastasia on Westchester Pike and Newtown Square and at St. Mary of the Lake School on Route 70 in Medford. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
There's one box that you'd run back into your burning house to grab. It's the box filled with your videotapes, film reels, and photos. Those sentimental, meaningful, irreplaceable moments. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago so that we could help families save their memories from being destroyed by floods or fires.
And it's not just natural disasters, Adam. Every day, videotapes and photos are slowly fading away, decaying, neglected in closets and attics.
Digitizing your old media stops fading, and preserving those recordings means they are safe forever. It's like magic, converting your shoebox of memories into digital files, ready to watch and share.
It's the only way to ensure your legacy is safe for generations. That's why over 1 million families have already trusted Legacy Box. Legacy Box is simple and easy, it works, and is safe. We'd love to preserve your family's collection. Don't wait, the risk is too great.
Visit legacybox.com/value to save 50%. That's legacybox.com/value to get started and save. legacybox.com/value.
Your Valentine deserves a priceless gift, one that symbolizes your love because it will never go away and continue to blossom forever.
Tony Gambone and Denise Gambone, Royersford, Pennsylvania.
With Valentine's Day coming up, the best gift that you could give to your Valentine is to bring your money to Crash Proof Retirement.
Even in the downturns of the economy in the recent years, I have security that my retirement funds will grow into a considerable amount of money.
We don't have to recover a loss. Zero becomes our hero. When the market goes up, we just pick up and move forward in a positive direction. We get a double win because we don't have to recover a loss, and now we're going positive. It's the best symbol of your love possible. Peace of mind and security.
Fall in love with the exclusive Crash Proof Retirement System. Register for our next event at Springville Manor, March 19th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, Audubon, tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Sun beat down, I had the radio on, I was driving.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, 6:51 as we continue Tuesday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dawn will have some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. Also, what's on the cut sheet, 7:45. Day number 9 of our Disney keyword coming up at 8:30 this morning, and we're going to get into this mass shooter story at Joel Osteen's mega church coming up here to kick off hour number 2. But some news coming down in the last couple of minutes when it comes to funding more foreign nations, as the Senate is expected to pass this controversial foreign aid bill. To my knowledge, it is $95.3 billion that'll be going to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. The $95 billion national security supplemental was voted on apparently early Tuesday morning, and they just showed a live shot. I think Fox kind of broke into, it looked like the feed that you would see normally on C-SPAN. Are they actually voting on these things live on the floor in the 6 o'clock hour on a Tuesday morning?
You know what? This morning, I looked up at the monitor 5 o'clock this morning, and I thought, like you, wait a minute, that has to be file video. They're not there. They're there.
I think they're there.
And they've been there because it was 5 o'clock this morning. They were not, it seemed like they're in different groups, but I don't remember a time, Nick, when I've seen lawmakers actually on the Senate floor working they're not usually doing hours.
Pulling all-nighters.
You know?
Exactly. Some of the details, according to FoxNews.com, includes $95 billion total, $60 billion for Ukraine, $14 billion for Israel, $9 billion in humanitarian assistance for Gaza, and nearly $5 billion for the Indo-Pacific. Democrats brought the package up for a vote after Republicans had blocked the $118 billion package that also included numerous border and immigration provisions. So just wanted to pass that along to the audience.
Yeah, that's in the Senate. I don't know where it's going to go in the House. I know Speaker Johnson was critical of it, so we'll see.
Could be DOA.
Yeah, they maybe should have slept in.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do personally once I saw the snow coming at 8 o'clock this morning. All right, we'll come back and kick off hour number 2. Dawn will have some other news, and then we will get to the mass trans shooter at Joel Osteen's mega church in Houston, Texas. Kayal and Company, hour 2 next here on a Monday morning.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing, custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
I'm Cheryl, and I'm living with sarcoidosis ILD, a type of interstitial lung disease. ILD is hard to diagnose, but if you have it, you need to know now. The sooner you know, the sooner you and your family can face ILD together, because you cannot walk this walk alone. If you're out of breath and have a constant dry cough, it might be asthma or COPD, but it could be ILD. Ask a pulmonologist and keep asking until you know. Learn more now at lungsandyou.com.
At some point today, everybody will use a bathroom. But if you're a contractor, there's an excellent reason why right now you could use a lot of bathrooms. It's the Great Bathroom Break at Colonial Marble and Granite, where every vanity you buy comes with a free stone countertop and free sink. Classic, traditional, contemporary, in stock for pickup or ready to ship. Choose a color and style, get a surface and sink, and you're good to go. So get going. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details on their vanity special.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. Suddenly all chocolates are heart-shaped, and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase this sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to just 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
It's that crazy time of year. Snow, rain, wind. The weather and damage to your roof may be a crapshoot, but when it comes to choosing the home improvement professionals, don't leave it to chance. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect solution. Roofing done right the first time. They are roofing experts with over 40 years of experience and backed by, get this, over 7,000 Google reviews. Plus, they guarantee their work for the life of your roof. Visit trustpj.com to schedule your free consultation. And price lock guarantee.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
As soon as you are able, on the night I'm willing to make the break that we are on the brink of.
7 o'clock Tuesday morning. Kayal and Company. As we continue here, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Always on the free Odyssey app, live on YouTube if you prefer to watch the show. Maybe you're not going out and about, traveling to work today with the weather. Great day to sit at the dining room table, pour a cup of coffee, and fire up the old YouTube machine, right?
I was just thinking about that, too. Like, back when I had snow days as a kid.
Yeah.
My favorite radio show was on YouTube, or I could watch it.
Could you imagine that?
That would be great.
Yeah. I'm one of those strange birds as well that, for some reason, finds watching radio interesting.
Well, that's because you're in it. I'm the same way, but we got into radio because we think it's interesting. I don't know how interesting it is to the normal listener, but
they started simulcasting all these sports talk shows on TV,
Yep.
and now we're doing it with YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
There's just some fascination. I think people like to see the way the sausage is made, so to speak.
I mean, Howard Stern started it in the 90s, and then Don Imus did it. And,
That's true.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, 855-839-1210 to climb in. Let's get to some news as we have a lot to get into, both news and weather-wise. And for that, round number 2 at 7:02, the great Dawn Stensland.
Yes, good morning. Kayal and Company News Live. We are sponsored this morning by Budget Blinds, and it's an important day as we have wintry weather blanketing our region and an important change from the rain to the slush to the snow. So we'll talk about that timing. Many winter weather alerts, a lot of slipping, sliding accidents across our region. On this February 13th, it is Fat Tuesday as we think about Mardi Gras. Tomorrow, Valentine's Day. So we'll have the all-important forecast for all of this as we're tracking the wintry weather.
Dawn, was it last year that you shamed Nick into getting a Valentine's Day gift for his
By
wife?
the way, everything was shipped out Sunday morning.
Oh,
okay. Good job.
Yeah, I knew that was going to be brought up. I prepared my answer in advance.
For that, you did your homework.
Woohoo!
See, I was too busy getting ready for Valentine's Day to pay attention to the Super Bowl commercials.
Oh, there we
Wow,
go.
see?
I can't do everything.
Sure.
See, it's a good, that's a good reason.
God didn't give me eyes in the back of the head and 3 hands.
So it's a special election day. Control of the Pennsylvania House of Representatives is in the hands of Lower Bucks County voters going to the polls today for this special election. We'll see how the wintry weather impacts this. This is the 140th legislative district. So today's election pits Republican Candace Cabanas, who's a Falls Township native, against Democrat Jim Prokopiak. He's a Pennsbury School Board member and former Falls Township supervisor. So this is, and I will mention to you, Pennsbury has had its share of controversy when we think about that. For example, changing transgender bathroom and locker room policies. So this is one of those districts, Pennsbury, that says that students get to choose the bathroom they use based on how they identify with their gender. And that's for the locker rooms and the bath. I know,
Oh
I
my
have to word it
God.
carefully.
Jesus.
Real simple solution. You know how I've said that, this trans thing is such a big movement. Why don't we just create a third sport where we have, biological men compete against men, women against women, and trans against trans? If you ever gone into a school and seen how many different random doors and rooms are not in use, why don't we just create a bathroom for trans people? We'll have a female bathroom, a male bathroom, and if you identify as trans, there's the third door. Go in that one. Simple. Solved. Boom.
Some schools have offered that, but
Or unisex, just have one.
Yeah, unisex.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Anybody can use it. That's how you avoid the controversy right there, unisex.
And
that doesn't offend anybody.
This is Pennsburg or Pennsbury?
Okay, this one, I know we have a lot of different school news. So this is Pennsbury School District.
Okay.
So their standing policy, and again, the Democrat Jim Prokopiak is a Pennsbury school board member. He's one who voted for this policy, for example, that you get to choose with whatever your identity is. So I think part of the issue is that these bathrooms in the schools, it's a big bathroom they don't have walls in between like a lot of stalls will, and so it's a more open feeling.
Oh.
And so for the girls' bathroom, and we've seen these complaints happening in different schools where somebody who's some high school senior boys might be 18 or 19,
Mm-hmm.
they're stepping into a bathroom that maybe 13 or 14-year-old girls are in, and
Right.
so there's this awkwardness happening.
Well, I mean, to be honest, there's awkwardness in men's bathrooms already.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't tell you, and every guy listening knows exactly what I'm about to say here. You've been in the stall, and you're sitting down, you're doing a number two, right?
Okay, we get it.
And
We
another
understand. You don't
dude
have to be
sits
that.
next. Another
You don't
dude
have to
sit-
be that
Yeah.
descriptive.
Absolutely have
Okay.
to. And another dude sits down next to you. It's an awkward moment, right? You
Yeah.
look down, you see his shoes, you see your shoes. Yeah, sometimes you have like your lanyard to get into the building. It's like drops on the floor. It's very awkward. It's an uncomfortable setting. I got to be honest.
Oh my gosh, that's hysterical.
So I understand what these young whippersnappers are going through.
Yes.
I was at a stall. I was standing at a stall the other day, a couple weeks ago, and I'd gone back to the Lehigh Valley to see some of my childhood friends, and I'm standing there, and a gentleman stands right next to me and is standing at the stall as well.
Mhm.
I'm just sitting looking. I look over, and he goes, so this is a good get together. I was like, what? I had no idea it was him because I'm just so focused on not looking around.
Tunnel vision, right?
Tunnel vision.
Yep.
I had no idea it was him.
Yeah. You either stare straight ahead or
Absolutely.
you stare straight down.
Yep. See, Dawn, these are things you'll never have to encounter.
I know.
Woohoo. As I'll take you to the Perkiomen Valley School District. So I know we talked about Pennsbury. This is Perkiomen Valley School Board overturning a highly controversial bathroom policy at a meeting last night. So it's a policy we've talked about, Policy 720. So on campus, you now will use the bathroom that you choose based on your gender identity. So this particular school district, we talked about this district last fall, the Perkiomen Valley School District in Pennsylvania, because you remember more than 300 students walked out of school on a Friday afternoon. Remember this? We talked about it.
We played the video on the cut sheet
Remember?
where they were in the parking lot.
And that video made national and international news.
Yep.
It was peaceful. They walked out. Their moms, and mostly moms, were in the distance supporting their kids, free speech rights.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a very peaceful walkout. But ultimately, this is very controversial.
Well, we can't sit here and complain because there was elections on all of this stuff, and people voted these people in.
Yep.
So these are the consequences.
That's
of this.
correct. They have consequences.
Yep.
So in a lot of these school boards that we're seeing, Democrats won over, and so now we're seeing this Bucks County, Montgomery County, et cetera, and we're seeing these policies that have been controversial. The Democrats are putting back into place, reversing the bathroom policies and locker room policies, so that all of these districts now, a person who is a biological male with all the boy parts can go in a locker room with girls. and a bathroom with girls.
To further illustrate the mental breakdown with this whole the phenomenon, it's confusing enough for Dawn and myself to explain the whole, well, it's a biological male with all the parts that is now transitioning to be like, so if it confuses us, imagine how confused the actual trans individual is and what's going through their mind as they contemplate this process or actually go through and follow through with it. It really is. It's like mental gymnastics. I'm trying to follow along here. Like, okay, biological male. Oh, gotcha.
So in all of these schools, how many shooters will we be raising?
Oh, God.
I'm tying it into the story of the Joel Osteen church shooter.
Yes. Well, the final thing I'll say about the Perkiomen Valley School District, the second one I mentioned, where they last night changed it, there were parents who were speaking out and actually did some national interviews and spoke out. And so at school board meetings, and those parents and students, girls, said that there were situations where, and I'm inferring from them, that they felt they didn't feel safe because some of the biological boys going in their bathrooms and locker rooms, I'm inferring from those females, they felt that those individuals had some mental health issues. And so I think in truth, and that's where you're leading with this, in truth, I don't think it's a trans issue. It's more of, I think these students are following their instincts, that they're saying protect the girls because we have some individuals going in our bathroom. There's more that going on here.
Oh, yeah. I'm just waiting for the day when my daughters come home at, when they're 12 years old or 14 years old and say that, a 17-year-old trans boy was in their bathroom. It's going to happen at some point. There's just no doubt in my mind that we'll have to have that conversation.
Yes, sir. So I know that Nick Kayal is going to get to this Texas church shooter. What happened there? Donald J. Trump asking SCOTUS to put a pause on that immunity ruling. We have that going on. So much happening across our region. But we want to get to our sponsor for sure, which is Budget Blinds. And I'll do that before our full forecast, as I'm teasing that one as far as the timing. We have some updates. But budgetblinds.com, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. So free in-home consultations and the only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. So ask about their exclusive inspired collection online. Budgetblinds.com sponsors us. As far as the forecast, and we have many alerts from the National Weather Service putting this out there. So in the Poconos, up to 9 inches of snow today. So a huge snow event, if you will, for the Poconos. For us, closer into the city, remember I had said that it looked like most of the precipitation would end by noon. It looks like that's a bit extended as I look at the hourly changes from our friends at the National Weather Service. So as we track this now, it looks like right now we're a full-on snow event. We've fully made the transition from rain to snow as we look out 100%. And this will continue. Now it looks more like, well, it could extend to 1 p.m. Some models show that by 1 o'clock, at least 1:30, the sun could be out.
It's a pretty strong flurry coming down outside of our window here at 2400 Market.
So I'm seeing a couple different issues within the city of Philadelphia, where we are here from Odyssey World Headquarters on Market Street. It looks like we'll see the sun come out about 1:30 with 39 degrees. And then by 3 p.m., full-on sun and 41 degrees.
It's going to melt everything.
Yep.
Good.
So that's for the city. But if you are in Quakertown, if you're north and west of the city, that's the issue. So 1 to 3 inches for Philadelphia proper. But then just outside the city limits, you're looking 4 to 7 inches, depending on where you are. So that's the real story here. It really depends. If you're on that line, you gotta watch this very, very carefully. The biggest headline out of this storm, I will just say, truthfully, it looks like it's done. By 1:32 this afternoon, it all starts to melt away. So that's my big takeaway, even though it's very messy until about lunchtime. So that's
Will we have
the
to
latest.
shovel? Will Greg have to go home and shovel? That's the question, or will it melt?
I think it's gonna. The high today, we're in the low 40s. So
It's gonna melt. So I can just let it. I'll be like, honey, don't worry, it'll melt.
I'm surprised. I mean, you have a pool boy. I'm surprised you don't have a snow
the
boy.
cabana boy.
Yeah, a winter hazard removal valve.
Winter hazard removal. Well, 41 degrees today. I believe that I don't think Greg Stocker or your cabana boy will have to shovel.
Oh, thank
I'm
God.
going to predict that.
Thank you.
That it all melts away. Tomorrow, the high 39 degrees for your Valentine's Day, and you get your ashes tomorrow as we begin Lent. And then Thursday, 42 degrees, Friday, 41. After today, we have sunny skies through the weekend, by the way, but pretty much hovering around 40, 42 degrees for the entire rest of your week. Kayal Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, we will get into this shooter in Houston. I think this is a double whammy of mental health, from the act to the perpetrator. We'll get into that on the other side of Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The Sixers last night beat an 11.5-point spread. Wow. I didn't see that one coming. Where can you bet on this? FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $100. $150, excuse me, if your bet wins. You can bet on all your favorite NBA players and teams with quick bets, live same-game parlays, exclusive props, and so much more. I love the FanDuel app. Just visit FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to join today. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT, and he's the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and over, present in PA, first online or on money wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Sick and tired of achy joints? Dread the idea of surgery? You need to call QC Kinetics. Call them today. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. The old ideas like steroids and surgery are no longer your only options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain from arthritis or a past injury. Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics' advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Make 2024 the year you reclaim your mobility. Reclaim your independence. Walk and run, play, live without the danger and trauma of surgery and without harmful drugs. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics. Tell them Dawn sent you.
For a limited time, when you call Oliver for a new air conditioner, you'll get a gas furnace for free. You heard right. Buy a new high-efficiency air conditioner today, and the gas furnace is free. Plus 0% financing and monthly payments as low as $99. Call 855-275-6548 or visit OliverHeatCool.com. Oliver Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Reliable, fast service you've come to trust for more than 50 50 years.
Financing and payments are subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions apply.
From the team that brought you Amy Poehler's Say More with Dr. Sheila comes the comedy podcast, The Chris Chapman Do-Over, starring Ike Barinholtz as controversial shock jock Chris Chapman, who returns to the airwaves after being canceled.
This is your boy, Chris Chapman. My old show was a victim of a little thing called cancel culture, and I vowed to take a long break and really reflect. But I'm here to announce I'm back, better than ever. The improvised Chris Chapman Do-Over is an Odyssey and Paper Kite production, starring Ike Barinholtz as Chris Chapman. Listen on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
Did you give up on your New Year's resolution already? If you reach out to NJ Diet, they will help you lose the weight the safe and natural way. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Contractually guaranteed. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva, along with bioenergetic scans, to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Don't take shots the rest of your life. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Naturally, quickly, and safely with NJ Diet. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Call 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
In these unusual economic times, do you wonder what to do with your money? If you have questions about retirement planning, IRAs, 401ks, tax planning, or any other type of question, then listen to The Heart of Your Money. Heard every Sunday from 9 to 10 a.m. here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, featuring noted author and financial expert Joe Yakovich. The Heart of Your Money will focus on you, your family, and the best ways for you to navigate your financial portfolio. That's every Sunday, 9 to 10 a.m., The Heart of Your Money with Joe Yakovich, here on Talk Radio 1210.
Joe Yakovich is registered with, and securities and investment advisory services are offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC. Member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Rhea here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is going on now. Receive special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through February 29th. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated, and a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
$7:22. It is Kayal and Company on a Tuesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day as the snow comes down, whipping around. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet coming up in about 25 minutes. So let's get to this tragedy that happened on Sunday as we had another mass shooter, a trans shooter, female shooter, Janice Moreno at Joel Osteen's megachurch. She apparently is a schizophrenic with apparently Munchausen by proxy. Munchausen. I've never heard of that before.
You haven't?
Really?
I looked it up. Mental illness and a form of child abuse, also a psychological disorder marked by attention-seeking behavior. I had never heard of that before. And this Texas woman apparently suffered from all of that as she opened fire at Joel Osteen's Lakewood Church and was accused of being what we just mentioned, and was still able to legally purchase an AR-15 that she used to unleash this horror on Sunday. Now, the gun woman, Janice, I don't know how you say her name, Yvonne Moreno, 36. I hate mentioning these people's names. We'll only do it once because this is a new story for us. Had a lengthy criminal record going back almost 20 years to 2005. Also a history of mental illness, and she was placed in emergency detention in 2016. They also revealed that they found anti-Semitic writings and that Moreno appeared to have issues with some of her Jewish relatives. Quote, we do believe that there was a family dispute that has taken place between her ex-husband and her ex-husband's family, some of whom are Jewish. Moreno used several identities under both genders. She is believed to be the biological mother of the 7-year-old that she brought into the church with her, which takes the mental disruption and disturbance to a whole nother level, in my opinion. And Moreno entered the church with the 7-year-old boy just before a Spanish language service was set to begin, and she was wearing a trench coat and a backpack and carrying a yellow rope that appeared to be a detonation cord, and she sprayed some type of substance on the ground and then started firing before 2 off-duty cops who were working at the megachurch, thank God, shot her dead. The child was critically injured. A 57-year-old bystander shot in the leg is expected to recover. But this, to me, is really disturbing because here you have somebody who is transgender. You have somebody who is, I believe, according to some reports, an El Salvadorian immigrant, then has reportedly a Free Palestine sticker on the gun in which they used to commit this atrocity. So you just know that it's only a matter. Look, it might already be taken off of web pages already. I would think this is out of the news cycle very quickly. You have trans, you have immigration, you have Free Palestine. This is not necessarily the talking points that the left usually hopes for when we hear of these tragedies that occur. And I would say another thing. This is also one of these things where I think you take one mental illness, you magnify it, and you compound it with another mental illness, and now you have mental illness on steroids. I think it takes a mentally deranged individual, a sick human being, to want to shoot up any place, any school, grocery store, church, and try to commit mass homicide. That's the first mental illness. Then it's also and this is just my opinion, I believe those that are going through this transformation are going through some severe, serious mental illness. So we got 2 mental illnesses here. But you know what? The third one is that's really sick, I think, is the mainstream media loves to pump up the narrative of the trans community is under attack. So if you are trans, and let's say I am correct, and you are mentally ill, and then you keep hearing all this stuff, under attack, under attack, under attack. What is a mentally ill individual going to do? They are going to act on the narrative that their community is under attack. Yet, for the life of me, I have not heard any tragedies of trans individuals either bullied, assaulted, harmed, or killed in the mainstream media. In fact, when it comes to trans, we've got a Lakewood church shooter. We have the Iowa high school shooter. We have the Nashville shooter, Audrey Hale, from a year ago. We have the Colorado Springs shooter, which identified as non-binary. The Denver shooter was also trans. The Aberdeen shooter was trans. you go down and look at the last 6 or 7 big-time mass shootings, the common theme here, the common denominator, is the perpetrator is of the trans community. So I ask the question, who is really under attack here? Now, I'm not saying every trans individual is going to shoot some school or church up. I'm saying that from what I see in the news cycle, it seems like the trans individual is the perpetrator and not the victim far more often than the other way around. And we would hear about it the other way around if it was happening because MSNBC and CNN and all the left-wing newspapers would be covering it ad nauseum.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What was this a biological male or female? What sex was this person born as?
Female.
Female.
Okay.
Gave birth to this 7-year-old.
That was her kid.
That's her 7-year-old son who's
Gotcha.
fighting for his life.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. So
I don't care what they identify as or what they think they are. My question is what were they?
What do they start out as?
What did they start out as? Yes.
What did they come out of their mom's womb
Okay,
as?
thank you.
She came out as a female, and if you look at some of the pictures, you can tell. I mean, it's obviously a female. I unless you guys have seen other photos, I have not seen any pictures of her where it looked like she was in her current state, which I guess she would claim is a male. Every picture I saw, I would just assume that that's just a biological female, and she doesn't even identify as trans.
She wanted to be known as Jeffrey or something?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. So, I mean, I look at it, and this is a double, triple whammy. You've got the media pushing this narrative to mentally disturbed individuals, and then those mentally disturbed individuals commit a mentally deranged act on top of what they're going through in their own personal life. And then you show up, and for those that have ever seen the Sunday services on television, Joel Osteen, that mega church in Houston, I remember he got ripped a handful of years ago for not opening it up for flooding or whatever it was for people that were seeking shelter. But, I mean, I flipped through the channels in years past over the last 15 or 20 years, and I thankfully I have not seen, I haven't gone searching for it, I have not seen any photos of the aftermath. But that place that he conducts his sermons from every Sunday is a monstrosity of a building.
I mean, in my opinion, Joel Osteen's a grifter, but
there's a lot of people that believe he's a scam artist.
This is one of the largest mega churches in the country.
Yeah. I mean, his church is the equivalent to the Cowboys Stadium for for Jerry Jones. I mean, this thing, I've never seen a building like this.
I just want to know I want to see the media coverage on this. I just hope that we get the same amount of attention about this person because again, when we're looking into mass shootings or people, I'm not looking into background saying but when that kid, that guy cut his father's head off in Bucks County, all we heard about QAnon. Mm-hmm. He was under the spell of conspiracy theories, Trump, this, that, and the other. I want to hear the same amount of coverage now for this. That's all I'm saying.
No.
If we're going to go down these rabbit holes, then go down them.
I'm glad you're bringing it up, and I'm going to actually look at it in real time right now. I am on CNN's website. I see Trump. I see Senate Bill $95 billion. I see Patrick Mahomes. I see SCOTUS. I see Nor'easter. Let me keep looking. I see Jon Stewart roast Joe Biden in Return to the Daily Show. I CNN right now on the main page, as I have scrolled about 2/3 of the way down. I don't see it.
It is uneffing believable.
Let me check MSNBC in real time right here, and then we can check like the Washington Post or the New York Times. Although newspaper websites are a little different with the way they aggregate their stories. MSNBC, Senate bill, Trump, Russia, NATO. Super Bowl 58. I'm a pastor. Jesus didn't need those Super Bowl ads. That's a story. Trump, Super Bowl. Nothing.
That warrants headlines, but this doesn't.
Yep. It's not on MSNBC's website. So we're not even 48 hours removed from this happening. This was Sunday morning on a service, I think before this time on Sunday or after this time on Sunday. Mm-hmm. So within probably 24 to 36 hours, completely swept off the table. So
yet AP's headline is one of the most curious. So they all did, to your point, cover it. It's just they're burying it within their websites.
Yep.
This is a bizarre headline. Reluctant pastor's son to most viewed preacher, shooting puts new spotlight on Joel Osteen.
Oh.
What a bizarre. Joel Osteen is one of the most familiar faces in American religion.
Mm-hmm.
And known for his megawatt smile, wavy hair, widely popular brand of Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
It's written in such a bizarre way because they're so awkward to talk about Jesus or Christianity or
to
any
condemn,
faith.
or to condemn people doing what they did in this heinous act.
Yeah, and so not focusing at all on the fact that this is a developing story and an active police investigation on somebody who went into a church, one of the biggest churches in America, said she had a bomb, by the way. There was no explosive, but claimed to have a bomb. And then ultimately the shooter was killed. But unfortunately, the child who allegedly was already an abused kid is now the 7-year-old little her boy who's fighting for his life in critical condition.
So instead of condemning these acts, what they do is they say this community is under attack, and then conversely, this community ends up going on the offensive.
That's the narrative. You're going to see Karine Jean-Pierre and everybody's there's going to be an undue spotlight on the trans community and this, that, and the other. That is going to be the narrative. It's that we're increasing hate crimes because we're pointing out the fact that this person was a mentally ill nut job.
The Jewish community takes far more hate than the trans community. Speaking of ads, did you see the ad that's been running for weeks and weeks now about how Jewish community makes up 2.4% of the American population, yet it endures 55% of all hate crimes? It's like, I think that's a message that's worth announcing. The Jewish population in America accounts for 2.4%, yet they get over half of the hate. So the trans community might want to get in line as far as drawing a ticket for who receives the most hate, okay?
Secret Squirrel in the YouTube chat says Joel Osteen is the Gavin Newsom of the modern American church.
Remember when Al Bundy tried to make No Man a church?
No, and I love that episode.
He has 10 million followers on Twitter, and according to Nielsen Media Research, Osteen was viewed by more people than any preacher in the United States, reaching 95% of all households.
Let me tell you something. There used to be a morning show host on this radio station. Him and I, just for blanks and giggles, went to a Joel Osteen thing at the Wells Fargo Center just to see what it was all about.
Yeah.
And God, it was bizarre.
It was bizarre?
Oh, my God, was it bizarre. I left there, I was like, I don't know what I just witnessed, but it was something. So I can say firsthand what I witnessed there.
What was bizarre about it?
It was very...
cultish?
Yeah, it was very cultish.
I could see that.
I would say that. And look, I'm not castigating religion. I'm just saying because I grew up going to Catholic church. My mom still does. I come from a very Catholic family. I'm not myself, but I come from a very Catholic family. It's nothing. It's not like that. This was very like
evangelical.
It was very like I'm gonna heal you, and I'm gonna put my hand on your forehead.
Did it have like a Southern Baptist feel to it?
Almost.
Yeah,
and
evangelical.
He has this white. But the point is not Joel Osteen. The point is this whack job that's going to get no media coverage because it fits a narrative that the media doesn't, or that the media likes.
Yep.
When the media doesn't like the narrative,
right,
then it's,
Yep, absolutely. Traffic guy Bry from down the hall on KYW says on Twitter to us, he says, I was in Houston a few years ago. I drove around specifically to see Lakewood. It is the size of a city block, and it's the former home. I didn't know this. It's the former home of the Houston Rockets, which was called the Compaq Center. Yeah, remember Compaq, the old computer? The Compaq Presario?
Yep.
There you go. All right, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Cut sheet in about 8 minutes as we continue live on this Tuesday morning. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. The thing that you love about Piazza is the ability to test drive so many amazing vehicles. And while I'm a truck guy now, I've always been an SUV guy at heart, and I could totally see myself in one of their new Honda Pilots. It's the 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport. By the time 2026 comes around, I could totally see myself leasing one of these vehicles. It features a 7-mode drive system, trail watch, multi-camera view for all the safety. It's got style with 18-inch alloy wheels and all the technology that you can handle with wireless Apple CarPlay. And this is a big, powerful, fully loaded off-roading SUV. I also love the third row seating, which would come in handy for the girls. And the massive moonroof that goes from the front all the way to the back. It's almost like a convertible. It's so nice. And you can explore all of the Honda Pilots and all the options that they have at 5 different Piazza Honda locations in Philly, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne, or shop online, piazzaautogroup.com.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert, and I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-359-3434. 800-359-3434.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Gerhard's Appliances is Philly's place to get appliances you need for prices you'll love. Stop in now during the President's Day sales event to get patriotically priced kitchen packages, like this LG 4-piece stainless steel package for only $1,999. Prices like that put the suite in Kitchen Suite and are only available during Gerhard's Appliances President's Day sales event. Shop local and save big at Gerhard's, where 75 years of small business is kind of a big deal. Visit GerhardsAppliance.com.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you had a service technician out recently from one of the large private equity-owned HVAC companies? Did they tell you to replace equipment you thought was working fine? Did you know that their service technicians have quotas that they either meet or get fired? Whoops, that was a secret. Here's another secret. My 70-year-old family-owned company does not have quotas. My guys are there to fix, not sell, and that's why you can trust us. Contact us now at marvinecans.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For over 38 years, Rescue brand omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oil supplements, are buy one, get one free, exclusively for American Heart Month. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when you buy one bottle of a Rescue Omega-3 to receive a second bottle free. Again, use the code OMEGA50. Fortify your heart with the Rescue Omega-3.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
Good news. Baby boomers are living longer than ever before and are placing a priority on being happy and healthy. Unfortunately, many lack the vital part of healthcare planning, long-term care. Sobering statistics from the government show that close to 70% of all baby boomers will use a long-term care facility for an average of 3 years at a cost of over $300,000. Not planning for long-term care is denying yourself of a comfortable transition in the final stages of your life and expenses that will impoverish most estates. Fortunately, in recent years, programs have become available where long-term care coverage can be obtained without ever paying an annual premium. Thereby, if you don't use it, you didn't lose it. It's called asset-based long-term care. Here's how it works. By leveraging an asset, such as a savings account or an investment account, when long-term care is needed, the asset chosen to be leveraged will balloon to more than 3 times the original asset value. For example, a husband and wife at 65 years of age transfers $100,000 of their investment account into asset-based long-term care. Upon receipt of the transfer, that $100,000 immediately becomes, from day one, $460,000 of long-term care benefit for both husband and wife when needed. For individuals, the $100,000 would balloon into $550,000 from day one. Now, perhaps the most attractive part of asset-based care is receiving the care in the comforts of your own home. This is what experts call aging in place. Staying in the comforts of your own home, assuring yourself of a comfortable transition in the final stages of your life and not have to worry about impoverishing your estate. It also allows your loved ones to have more of an opportunity to visit you because you are home. However, should a need not arise for long-term care, your beneficiaries would receive the remaining contract value. Now, these types of contracts are more liberal with health conditions than traditional insurance premiums for long-term care policies. And age is a determining factor for benefits. Being proactive is important here. By taking steps now, not only will it be less expensive at your current age, but you'll also protect your surviving spouse and the estate that took you a lifetime to accrue as well.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. and Sunday at 1 p.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Kayal Company, as we roll on, it is a Tuesday morning. The snow blowing from left to right across your radio dial.
Yeah, by the way, Stuart writes in and says 295 South is littered with accidents.
Yeah,
so
jeez.
be careful out there.
Take your time, folks.
Yeah. Also,
arrive alive.
I'm really being called out for my criticism of the Joel Osteen thing.
Oh, are you?
I just...
People are asking you to do the cut sheet as Joel Osteen.
All I want to say is you do you. I'm for you getting whatever spiritual healing, whatever makes you feel good. You do it up. I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm just saying for me.
Right.
Like Michael Pelka asks, is Joel Osteen any less cultish than Taylor Swift? No.
And they're both capitalists.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Joel Osteen can do whatever he wants to do.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
It's America, and he's allowed to do anything. You find your spiritual healing wherever you want to.
That's right.
I am not.
You're just not going to take the bait. I got you.
I just,
Yeah, it's to each his own.
Live and let live. I'm a live and let live guy. That's
You
always
are.
been my philosophy.
Yeah, you do use a good motto. It's one I subscribe to, absolutely. One thing I don't subscribe to, by the way, cut sheet coming up here in about 90 seconds. I was reading Fox News as well as the New York Post with some more follow-up stories on this shooter. There's just two little things that are just kind of picking at me that I just want to get out of the system. So the preliminary reporting, and this is from the Fox News article, the preliminary reporting indicated that the shooter was transgender, but in a Monday news conference, investigators identified her as a woman and the biological mother of the 7-year-old child. So preliminary report, transgender, then on Monday they confirm biological female. I love how we're so worried about getting pronouns right for psychotic killers.
Oh, buddy. I have something for you.
I mean, seriously. It's one thing if I have to, go along with the charade and play the game, in the workplace or whatever with a nice human being that's not psychotic and not a killer. But we're going to sit here as reporters and police officers. Well, how did she was it he? How about, here's your pronouns, dead/gone. There's your pronouns, jerk off. And then Moreno, 36, had a criminal history, including convictions for assaulting a police officer in 2009 and committed forgery in 2010. She also has a criminal history dating back to 2005 that includes assaulting a public servant, not sure who that is, assault causing bodily injury, forgery, possession of marijuana, theft, evading arrest, and unlawful carrying of a weapon. That according to the Texas Department of Public Safety. And they also say, and I mentioned this last segment, In 2016, she was put under an order for emotional detention, which means officers had to transport her to a medical facility because she was deemed a danger to herself or others. So there were red flags everywhere. This individual had a rap sheet, and we had all the warning signs possible that this was a sick human being, and yet still not off the streets, and then commits this heinous act when people are going to their place of worship on Sunday and not expecting this to happen to them.
Again, with all of these red flags, where are we going wrong? Why do we not notice these things? I don't know. If I'm the parent or whatever, if I'm a friend and I see something like this happening, I think I'm alerting somebody.
Well, what do we do, though? Because she was already taken to a place. They were like, all right, we got to get her the help she needs. She's going to hurt herself or somebody. And then eventually they deem her fit to go back into society. And then you go back into society. And I don't know, does everybody just turn a blind eye? Do we just say she's a lost cause?
Yeah.
You know, it's easy like to do the Monday morning quarterbacking of who dropped the ball here. But, I mean, short of just putting somebody in the loony bin for the rest of their life, I don't know, really, what do you do?
I know.
You know? Yep. You knock on wood and pray it doesn't happen. So, all right, 7:48 on this Tuesday morning. Let's get to a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can get a sensational 2023 S60 courtesy of Volvo for less than $29,000. These beautiful Volvos have less than 5,000 miles. Hurry to Cherry Hill Volvo today to get yours. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Check them out on Route 70, although maybe not today. Maybe wait till the snow clears. What did Dawn say, 3 o'clock today?
Yeah.
Maybe wait till the snow clears.
Yeah, go home, take your nap, and then go in the afternoon.
February, always the best month to buy cars, in my opinion. Check them out on Route 70, Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Okay, I just want to piggyback off of what you were just saying, Nick Kayal, that the Houston Police Department focused on the important things like which pronouns to use for the mentally ill Texas church shooter. This happened during the press conference yesterday, where they were very concerned about what pronouns to use. I'm going to start here with cut. 10, Phil, go.
So she's utilized both male and female names, but through all of our investigation to this point, talking with individuals, interviews, documents, Houston Police Department reports, she has been identified this entire time as female, she, her.
Oh, God.
So we are identifying her as Genesee Moreno, Hispanic female.
Oh, my God. The amount of time, energy, and resources. Hey, let's get our best guys on this. We got to figure out which pronouns are accurate. She/her, they/them. I mean, it's just embarrassing. I've said this in the past. This obsession. It's not even the individual that is obsessing over their own pronouns. It's that the rest of the world is like, I can't say the word on the radio. We're getting mind effed here. It's a total mind F, right?
You're right.
Because if you don't follow along and you don't comprehend, then you're viewed as transphobic or homophobic or whatever it is. And I'm like, I'm really not. I'm trying to process this in real time, right?
I can't believe that we're wasting resources on this nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We want to be respectful. We want to be. Are you kidding me?
I mean, we have a shooter who's been taken out. Thank God 2 off-duty cops shot and killed her, which is a beautiful thing to have officers that are, quote, on their day off, still carrying their firearm. And that could have been a far worse tragedy. Thankfully, she is the only one at this point in time that has perished. But, it's just, we have this weird obsession of further offending what they claim is an offended community. And I'm sorry, but when you go on TikTok constantly and go through these random ramblings with your elevated voice and also how quickly they get sped up in their delivery, I mean, it's a bizarre exercise that they're doing. And I'm actually starting to get to the point where not only do I think it's mental health, I think they've identified themselves as needing mental help, and this is just their way of, like, self-treatment.
I'm getting reports that didn't go out over the stream.
Really?
Yeah. Okay, I'll play it again.
Okay.
Phil, if you can load that up one more time. I'm going to play it one more time.
I heard it.
Yeah, I heard it too, but, I'm just getting reports that didn't go out over the stream, so I'll play it one more time.
All right.
Cut 10, go.
So she has utilized both male and female names, but through all of our investigation to this point, talking with individuals, interviews, documents, Houston Police Department reports, she has been identified this entire time as female, she, her.
Oh my
and
God.
So we are identifying her as Jensen Moreno, Hispanic female.
Was that about a good 30, 40 seconds there?
Yeah.
We had to spend on something so inconsequential?
Yep.
There you go.
And that they were worried about it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, of course. Of course. Because God forbid, you know what's amazing is the selective rush to judgment. We can't rush to judge this perpetrator, but the second there's a possible post from somebody like in Bucks County, Red MAGA, Trump supporter, he subscribed to Jacob Chansley and QAnon.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
That's my biggest problem with this whole thing is that if we're going down the road of influences and what this person believed in and what caused this, then we have to be consistent.
Yes.
I hate it all time. Like these are all mentally ill people.
Right. Safe to say, mental illness does not
discriminate.
Discriminate.
Yes.
Okay.
But if we're going to do this, then at least the media needs to be more consistent about it.
Yes, indeed.
So yesterday, Joe Biden hosted the Queen of Jordan, the King of Jordan,
nice.
to the White House. Her name is Rania Al Abdullah.
Right.
And this is how Joe Biden pronounced it when he welcomed them to the White House yesterday. Cut one, Phil, go.
He's been a good friend. Abdul, welcome back to the White House, man. Welcome back. And by the way, Barack's looking at you in the corner over there. Along with Queen Rihanna, who's
Queen
meeting with
Rihanna.
Jill now, and the Queen.
Queen Rihanna?
Queen Rihanna, yeah, she's performing at the Grammys. Queen Rihanna, she's going to sing Disturbia. Her and Jay-Z are going to do a duet. We've got Rihanna here. And Barack's watching.
Was that a joke? Was Barack Obama in the corner?
Dude, I'm telling you, man. If I don't know. First of all, I don't know. But if he is, and he was, I'm telling you, they're lurking.
Is Barack Obama like secretly feeding Joe Biden lines?
Imagine if he was actually like in a control room somewhere where he's actually giving Joe everything to say verbatim.
Why is he there?
I don't know.
Dead serious.
I have no idea.
If Joe Biden was being serious, why is Barack Obama there?
It's a great question. Now, here, the other thing that is a major gaffe for Joe here is we're talking about butchering the name from somebody of somebody from Jordan. Don't we have we have enough tensions right now? Hell, we have enough battles, conflict, and war in the Middle East right now. Can we at least identify the names of Middle Eastern nation leaders properly? Like, there's no room for error right now.
Yeah.
There's no wiggle room. And Queen Rihanna.
One more time with that, Phil. If we can re-rack that one more time. Cut one, go.
He's been a good friend. Abdul, welcome back to the White House, man. Welcome back. And by the way, Barack's looking at you in the corner over there.
Michelle's there, too.
Along with Queen Rihanna, who's meeting with Jill now, and the Queen, and the Crown Prince Hussein. Where is the Prince out there?
Where's the Prince?
I thought he was coming out. Anyway.
Anyway, I don't know. Is Saddam Hussein coming? Anyway, I had a conversation with Saddam Hussein about January 6th.
Man, oh my God.
So he's rattled. He butchers the name.
Mm-hmm.
He says Rihanna. But Obama's over in the corner looking out from like a closed door, peeking out from secluded sectors. The Queen Rihanna's with Jill somewhere. They're conducting their next Christmas video for the Nutcracker in the back. Where are the Clintons at? Is Hillary there as well?
I don't know.
Why don't we have like a conglomerate? We'll just have the Obamas, the Clintons, and the Bidens. They'll all run together for 2024.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now on YouTube, please hit the subscribe button and also hit the like button. I assume we're probably going to get a ton of people on the YouTubes today because I think today's a snow day, guys. I'm just saying. I think
rumor
today's
has
a snow day.
2-hour delay minimum, if not school canceled.
Yeah, my son's school's closed. Everybody's school. I think last night I think they decided that the the sales meeting they usually have on Tuesdays.
Oh, they went virtual?
Is going to be virtual.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, the salespeople get to stay home for 5 straight days now. Nice. Nice.
Not right.
Nice.
Joe Biden debuted on TikTok. Did you guys see this?
Ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah. Nothing like an 81-year-old on TikTok. Whose idea was it for him to get on TikTok?
Not his.
You said yesterday that you think it's a great move.
I do. I mean, Vivek Ramaswamy talked about it months ago that Republicans in the GOP, if they want to expand their base, need to embrace technology and embrace social media. And he's been imploring Republicans to get on TikTok. So I'm not going to sit here and be inconsistent with my opinion. I think it's a sound move for the Bidens.
Going to cut 16 here, but if you see this TikTok, do you think this is resonating with the Utes?
I didn't say the quality would be good. I said the thought process and the logic makes sense.
All right. Well, this his debut of TikTok obviously happened before the Super Bowl on Sunday because he gives his predictions on the game and stuff. It's 30 seconds. It's bizarre. I don't know. Cut 16. Phil, go.
Chiefs or Niners?
2 great quarterbacks. Hard to decide. But if I didn't say I was for the Eagles, then I'd be sleeping alone. My wife's a Philly girl.
Game or commercials?
Game.
Game or halftime show?
Game.
Jason Kelsey or Travis Kelsey?
Mama Kelsey. I understand she makes great chocolate chip cookies.
Deviously plotting to rig the season so the Chiefs would make the Super Bowl, or the Chiefs just being a good football team?
I'd get in trouble if I told you.
Trump or Biden?
Are you kidding? Biden.
Wow.
Guys, I'm
number one.
speechless.
Number one, he doesn't answer the first question. He didn't pick the Chiefs or Niners. He said the Eagles. And the Eagles graphic pops up there, and then I mean, he's saying I can't let the cat out of the bag on whether or not the Super Bowl was staged for Taylor Swift and rigged and the whole bit. That was cringe. And then, by the way, you see the way his knees dipped there? He did like a little squat when he talked about the chocolate chip because that's his favorite. That's a terrible message. That's a terribly done video.
He just, because I like chocolate chip cookies. He just sounds so old.
He's Papa.
Oh, God, yes.
He's Papa.
And by the way, there's nothing wrong with it.
We all have a Papa.
My grandfather was my hero.
Yep.
I loved my grandfather. I'm not disparaging older people.
Yes.
I'm just saying I don't want one running the country.
Yes. And now here's the hypocrisy of this. Joe Biden banned TikTok for all federal devices for federal employees.
Yeah.
So if you work for the government, you cannot on your phone, your tablet, your laptop, any other way that you could access TikTok, you are barred from viewing it because obviously the ties to the CCP and ByteDance, the parent company, which is basically owned by the CCP.
We can get to that, but you want to say something, Dawn?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, think about what he focused on, Pennsylvania and women, Mama Kelsey. That was just the message.
Wow.
That's what I heard.
I did not even pick that up. That is
So
good
you're
work
saying,
by you.
You're saying it was actually smart.
Yep. Well, except
Battleground state, females,
Yep.
I got you.
that was the focus. That was the goal. They wrote that. They gave him. I mean, that was a great, and it seemed like a quick answer when he said which Kelsey, and he said Mama Kelsey.
Can we watch it and listen to it one more time?
We sure
If
can.
we could re-cue it up for both sides.
Hang on.
Audio and video, YouTube and the radio.
All right. Phil, if you have it, cut 16, go.
Chiefs or Niners?
2 great quarterbacks. Hard to decide. But if I didn't say I was for the Eagles, then I'd be sleeping alone. My wife's a Philly girl.
Game or commercials?
Game.
Game or halftime show?
Game.
Jason Kelsey or Travis Kelsey?
Mama Kelsey. I understand she makes great chocolate chip cookies.
Deviously plotting
Look at
to
a little
rig the
squat,
season so
a little
the
dip
Chiefs
with the
make
legs.
Super Bowl, or the Chiefs just being a good football team?
I'd get in trouble if I told you.
Trump or Biden?
Are you kidding? Biden.
Surprised he didn't say Obama. All right, there you go. Joe's debut on TikTok.
So it's Pennsylvania, women, relatability, chocolate chip cookie. The reason he talks about things like ice cream, chocolate chip cookies, chicken, all of that, relatability.
Yeah.
Well, you brought up, Nick Kayal, the Biden administration going after TikTok.
Yep.
Calling it a national security risk or something. So both John Kirby and Karine Jean-Pierre were asked about that on the in the briefing room yesterday. I'm going to start with John Kirby. This is cut 4. Phil, go.
And another question, if I may. Why did the president allow his campaign, the president, allow his campaign to go on TikTok despite the national security review of the platform?
I'd have to refer you to the campaign.
But I mean, it's still the president of the United States. He's still sending. The president is sending a message to Americans about about the safety of TikTok by doing this.
I'd have to refer you to the campaign on that decision.
It's not.
So basically, he took Kareen's.
I would refer you to the White House counsel.
I understand. From the White House podium, they're not allowed to comment on any sort of campaign issues. I 100% understand that. But this isn't a reelect Joe Biden. This is the president going to TikTok, right? He didn't say anything about vote for me in 2024.
Well, they're saying that's true. But basically, there's a difference here between federal employees being able to use the app on said device issued by the government versus what Joe is able to do from a campaign message standpoint. But you're right. It's not like, well, at the end, the last question was Trump or Biden. So he says Biden.
Oh.
So
I see what you're saying there.
Maybe then that would qualify as campaign message.
Campaign. It's as reported in yesterday's Big 3 at 9. In late 2022, Biden signed that legislation barring most federal government-owned devices from being signed into TikTok.
Yeah.
Cut 5, they addressed that, Phil. If you can queue up cut 5 and go.
Thanks so much. John, on TikTok, can you explain what are the national security concerns that the administration has about TikTok?
As you know, it's not approved for use on government devices, and that remains the case today. And I think, again, I don't want to get into too much of the national security technical reasons behind that, but it does have to do with concerns about the preservation of data and the potential misuse of that data and privacy information by foreign actors. I think that's as far as I can go.
It's wise for people to use TikTok?
Again, that's not something that I'm qualified to say from the National Security Council. All I can tell you is it's banned on U.S. government devices, and we follow that guidance.
So basically, China has access to all of your information. If you have a TikTok account, they can probably see everything on your TikTok. They probably can dial into your phone and go through all your emails and your personal data. Maybe if you have Apple Wallet Pay or any of those credit cards that you store on file on your phone, which is, that's one of the reasons why I have yet to do any type of payment with my phone. Or I don't even, some people, they have like the little battery pack on their phone and they put their like credit cards in the back in the slot. I think we have way too much invested in this already.
Wait, you've never paid anything off your phone?
I have made payments through like Venmo or PayPal on my phone, but I've never like had Apple Wallet where I've paid for like a retail transaction with something stored on my phone. I just feel like, because
do you have a credit card stored on
my
your
phone?
Yeah.
No. I mean, I have my physical credit card in my wallet, but I don't have it on.
Wow.
I feel like we have enough of our personal stuff on the phone. I don't want to attach more to this phone because in the event I lose this phone, especially for the people that put like their license in the back or their debit card, like you lose your phone, now you've lost everything. Why don't you just attach your keys to the phone as well? Do
you pay for things by your phone, Dawn?
I do.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I pay for everything, auto payment enroll, so I don't forget on all my, bills and stuff. But I don't have any. I guess you would call them a third party payment.
Yeah.
Unless you're considering Venmo.
Well, you have to have, if you're paying on Venmo or PayPal, you have to have some sort of credit card stored in there.
Back it up.
Yeah.
So you technically do have
technically. Well, for Venmo, yes. But like I don't I've never rolled through like a drive-through and used Apple Pay for a cup of coffee or anything like that.
I mean, ByteDance refutes, even though even CNN has reported that they have this backdoor access to all the stuff you just talked about, Nick. I will just say officially they, deny, the ByteDance denies that TikTok can access all this stuff. So they vehemently denied it.
Well, if anybody linked to the CCP vehemently denies it, I just take them at their word for it. They're probably right. Probably a big nothing burger.
Karine Jean-Pierre then took to the podium. She was also asked about Joe Biden's presence on TikTok. She really doesn't want to answer these questions. This is cut 6. Phil, go.
Around that TikTok question, are you aware of any communication between the Biden campaign and anyone who works in the White House about the president joining TikTok?
Look, I can't speak to any conversations on specifically on TikTok. We got to be really careful. The campaign 2024 can't. No, hold on. So we're not going to comment on any specifics, and so certainly we would defer to the campaign on any strategy. The CFIUS process is separate and not going to get ahead of what we're going to say here. And I would say that the administration is on record for supporting the Restrict Act, as you all know, something that came up last year, and it's a bipartisan bill, and it is indeed tailored and risk-based approach so we can protect Americans' freedom of speech, and that's what matters. As you know, there are folks here who are commissioned officers who certain people are allowed to have conversation with the campaign, but I can't speak to any specific conversations that are happening about this particular issue. Again, it's under CFIUS review. We want to be really mindful of not getting ahead of that, and also it's the campaign, so that is something that they would have to speak to. And the reason why it is banned on government phones or government properties, obviously devices, is because that is an act of Congress. That is something that Congress wanted to put forward to make sure that no government devices are used.
Were you aware before the campaign posted that TikTok? Okay.
No, I am very, very careful as the White House press secretary. I'm in a different kind of different box than most.
You sure are.
So I do not communicate with the campaign on any strategy or anything like that. And so I'm just very, very mindful of that. I did not know. I knew as you all did.
You follow up from the special counsel.
Long-winded way to say a whole bunch of nothing there. Nice work out of Karine Jean-Pierre, one of her more eloquent speeches in a long time. Yeah, I just had this vision pop up in my head. Can you imagine all of a sudden, you know how with technology, you have people that get hacked all the time, and somebody's Twitter gets compromised, or their Facebook all of a sudden goes rogue. Wouldn't you just love to see Joe Biden's official TikTok go rogue all of a sudden, and some video get leaked on Friday night of like Kamala and Karine Jean-Pierre like out at a bar singing Sweet Caroline while they're completely intoxicated?
Well, you see that a lot too. I noticed this. I follow the Rolling Stone account on Twitter, and somebody whoever controls that account must have a burner account because they posted something that clearly wasn't meant for the Rolling Stone Twitter.
You got to know which profile you're on.
You have to make sure you know what profile you're on. Absolutely. Speaking of Joe Biden and social media. He went to, I don't know what form this, I don't know if this was TikTok or Twitter, but it's his latest social media post featuring him, and I kid you not, guys, buying fried chicken and discussing basketball with a black family. So he's sitting down at a table, eating fried chicken, discussing basketball with a black family.
Oh, boy.
Are we pandering and stereotyping here, the Joe?
Can you say insulting?
I mean, this is, oh man, cut 17, Phil, go.
Well, man, you got chicken fingers, you got all this. I went the route of making sure I had the hamburger.
Oh my.
So tell me about you guys. What you doing these days?
Why don't you share about your passion of sports?
I'm playing AAU basketball right now.
Are you really? Are you guard?
Yes, sir.
Now, what grade are you in?
7th grade.
7th grade.
Right now I'm just doing basketball, playing guard on the JV team for my school.
How about in school? How y'all doing in school? You should tell the president about the school.
Favorite thing about it is the business academy I'm in. We get to like travel, so we've been to like NC State, Wake Tech, and
You're kidding me.
Yeah, we went to this small dry cleaning business, and it's cool. It's a great experience.
I'm impressed. Is that a new program at the school?
Yes, sir, it is. It just started just a couple of years ago.
You know how much this guy loves you. You just feel it, can't you?
Yes, sir.
Your dad jumped in front of a bull for you. By the way, we dads are hard to raise. Once you're a teenager, we're hard to raise. So you gotta be patient with us, you know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
A little patient.
There you go.
Oh my God. That's not a parody, folks. That's a real. So that's a real ad. Joe Biden with a dad and his two boys, all three African American men, eating fried chicken, French fries. Joe goes burger.
Yeah.
So Joe said, "I'm going beef."
And he goes, you know, your dad would take a bullet for you because you know you people live in bad neighborhoods here.
That's got to be one of the most.
It's so
I can only
insulting.
tell you, if I was a black man
It's
and
so
I saw that,
insulting.
I would be so offended by that. Like, You're playing to like stereotypes and the least common denominator. Are you kidding me? Why did they not have ribeye, and why were the Suns not football players?
Yeah.
Why did he go fried chicken and basketball? Which, by the way, was that KFC or was that Chick-fil-A? I couldn't tell. It looked like a chain, by the way.
It definitely looks like KFC.
You know, it's been a while since I've had some fried chicken. I got to be honest. Now I'm kind of hungry.
I will say on the other point, what a wonderful experience, especially for these young men, for the family. I wondered when I saw it, where's mom? But it's a Southern family. That's a Southern traditional meal. And I think he comes off as very relatable and very nice. I do.
Interesting.
I think for most Americans watching that who maybe aren't cynical, I think they go, oh, that's, when he's saying, what are you doing? And I wish we had those school opportunities in Philadelphia that these kids have. We don't have a business academy, to my knowledge, for middle school kids or junior high school kids.
How do you think this was arranged? Like, how do you...
Through the campaign. It was Raleigh, North Carolina, through the governor.
Okay.
Through the governor's office. But I having lived in North Carolina, and this is outside Raleigh, I mean, everybody, I don't know. I think they're eating something that's... Steak would have been uppity. You know what I mean? Chicken is like...
I mean, I love fried chicken and fries. Trust me. When I want to indulge and just feel bad about myself with comfort food,
This reeks to me of Hillary Clinton on the Breakfast Club with the hot sauce in her pocketbook.
Yeah, but,
yeah,
but nobody asked Hillary, because if Hillary said that to me, as she said to Charlemagne the God, I would have said, really, let's see which hot sauce. Can you pull it out of your pocketbook? Let's see it.
By the way, what was she carrying? Was it Cholula?
No, she wasn't carrying any hot sauce. She hasn't had
Cholula. Cholula is the best.
I know, it's so good.
It's so good. I put it on everything.
I douse my food with that stuff, and then I start sweating and pours off my scalp.
You go back to Biden and when he called Obama an articulate, clean black man or something like. He has these stereotypes in his mind. You know what I mean?
He's not a smooth operator. He's not comfortable in that setting, but he tries to act like he's the chameleon that can blend into every community.
Yeah.
We know he's that, but he's reminding everybody. He's saying, remember, he was widowed. His wife died in that horrible. His wife and daughter died. He was a single father raising 2 little boys.
Yeah.
And took that train every day. That's what he's. To me, that's because I'm looking at the visual and I'm thinking, okay, why not the whole family? Here's a dad raising his boys. You know what I mean? Just like Joe Biden was. That's the message.
So we've arrived at the conclusion of how they got to the point where they selected the family. How do you select the meal, though? Like, does somebody in Biden's camp say, so what do you guys, we're going to sit down and we're going to do this video over dinner. It's on us. We're going to put it
What do you people like to eat?
What do you like to eat? You want some chicken? Like, I mean, I would just look at him and be like, what's that supposed to mean?
He's just phony to me. It just reeks of phoniness. It just does. I'm sorry. I understand what you're saying, Dawn. And
I'm just saying to the average person, not to somebody who's cynical or who studies this.
By the way, that's why I love the show, because you never know which one of us is going to come out with wow, I didn't see that one coming.
Right.
I did not see that one coming from you. That being said, I just feel like this is him pandering. It's always the pandering. But if you're on TikTok or wherever this was released, to Dawn's point about Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, talking about Mama Kelsey now with an African American family, they're hitting all of the groups.
Well, yeah, and they know they're not oblivious to the fact that Joe has lost support in the black community. They're aware, and we're not even talking about the celebrities, the 50 Cents or the Snoop Dogs that have talked about Donald Trump. I'm sure they've seen that clip on MSNBC with the barber shop where those young African American entrepreneurs are like, all we've known in our life is that Trump gave us money, and with Biden we've been broke. So they're pandering because they know polling-wise that they're not where they were 4 years ago with the black vote.
Well, North Carolina is, it's considered a battleground state. I believe, if you believe the polls, I think the latest ones showed Trump slightly ahead, might be just a hair. But I think in this one, I think to the average person, and by the way, the fast food chain Cookout there in North Carolina.
Oh, yeah, they have them in Nashville. I remember
do?
Cookout. Yeah, it's a burger / chicken place.
So that's what they But I just think to the average president, wow, that must have been how nice that was that the president is sitting around the table with these two young men and a single dad and reminding us that Joe Biden as well was a single dad before he married Dr. Jill.
How great would it have been as soon as Joe goes to take a bite of his burger if the dad just says, "You realize I'm voting Trump this year, right?"
Oh my gosh. Can you imagine?
And then you're like, "No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I could never do that. I'm just kidding, Mr. President. Not a joke."
Let's go on to the another subject in the White House press briefing yesterday. By the way, the keyword coming up in
12 minutes.
12 minutes.
Yes.
12 minutes. The keyword for the Disney. And by the way, with the snow and how cold and awful it is outside, how great will it be to be in the Caribbean?
Oh,
you and 3 family members, friends.
Would you rather 31 and snowy,
3 women that
or 82 and sunny?
You might want to take with you and have them fight over you.
Take all
I'm
3
sorry,
girlfriends.
That's just my fantasy.
Stalker and 3 women together.
I will take.
Holy crap!
I will take 3 of you with me, and you shall fight over which one gets me. Karine Jean-Pierre on the Robert Hur special counsel investigation, or report, I actually should say. Karine Jean-Pierre, he's obviously a Republican, and he's not a medical doctor, according to Karine Jean-Pierre. Yep. Says cut 3, Phil, go.
A special counsel of her is, as far as I remember, is obviously a Republican, a prosecutor. He's not a medical doctor. He's just not. It's not for him to speak to. It's just not. It is obviously up for a medical doctor to decide on that. But look, I have said the medical doctor, the president's doctor, is going to do a physical. He's going to, and he has always put forth in the last 2 years a detailed memo.
He's a white guy and he's a Republican, so we have to discredit everything he said. By the way, there's no diagnosis from Mr. Hur in this report.
No.
He just simply said that basically he is a well-meaning, forgetful old gentleman. And I'm paraphrasing. I forget the exact phrase. He didn't say he had dementia. He didn't say he had Alzheimer's. He just said that you don't need to be a medical expert to arrive at the conclusion that Joe is fading and fading quickly. And when you're around the guy, what was the interview? I think it took total 5 hours they spent with Joe questioning him. I think anybody that spends 5 hours with somebody can emerge from that meeting and say pretty accurately what somebody's current cognitive state is. If you went for a job interview and you were in front of a boss for 5 hours, you'd be able to walk out of there knowing whether he's sharp or not.
My question is that why are they so reluctant to release the transcript of this?
Because it's probably damning. Just the same reason why they're not going to go out and confirm, and they're not. I think I saw the headline on the TV this morning that the medical doctor that assesses Joe coming up that Dawn talked about for his physical is either not going to be available for comment, or there's not going to be. I'm not saying there's redactions, but there's not going to be everything released.
How about that?
Mark Bissey on the YouTube chat says every time you play one of her press conferences, it's like a train wreck. I have to stop what I'm doing and look. Meaning KJP.
Oh, jeez.
It's true. It's absolutely true.
It is, man.
Alan Dershowitz. Where do we land with the Dersh? By the way, is he still?
He's still making headlines.
Is he still?
On the list.
Yeah.
The island.
What happened to that?
Boy, that story vanished, didn't it?
Sure did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. And we forget it because the content never ends in this industry. So we move on to the next thing, and they love that.
Yep. Absolutely. But let's not forget his name was mentioned a lot.
Now, he vehemently denied it.
Yeah, okay.
But then he
was just there to cut the grass.
But then he was a little quiet after the latest list. I don't know. Is he a little freaky? We don't know.
Well, he was on Fox Business yesterday, and he tells the host that the Biden special counsel was wrong in everything he could possibly have done. So he's calling out the entire report. This is Alan Dershowitz's explanation of it. This is cut 14, Phil, go.
The report itself is a disaster on both respects. It was unfair to both sides. First, they got the law wrong. The kind of cognitive skills you need to be able to commit this crime are minimal cognitive skills. All Biden had to know is that he did possess classified material and that he had no right to possess it. You don't need a deep memory to do that. So he was just wrong about the law. He was also wrong about how trials are conducted. How would the jury find out about Biden's bad memory? Biden would have to introduce it. As a trial lawyer, I would never have introduced that as a defense in this case. So Herr was wrong. Herr was also wrong in going as far as he went in trying to do a medical diagnosis of somebody who he hadn't examined, who medically or hadn't been examined medically. So, I think this report is going to really cause us to think hard about the role of special counsel. He was wrong in everything he possibly could have done. He was wrong about not charging Biden. Biden should have been charged, or Trump should have been his case dismissed. And he was wrong in going into kind of medical diagnoses that will have a political impact on the case. A D- with great inflation for Mr. Hurd.
Yeah, I mean, look, he had to give a reason as to why he wasn't going forward with any prosecution.
Well, but can you imagine if he had said, look, all the elements are there, but he's a really good-looking guy and a charming guy, and I don't think he's going to convict him. He's so charming. Or if he had said, look, he's black, and the jury in this district is going to be predominantly black, so we're not going to charge. That's not what a special counsel is supposed to be doing. He's supposed to be laying out the elements of the crime and not making predictions about how the jury will assess the evidence. That's up to the jury itself. So he went way beyond the scope of what he should have been doing.
Okay, so do you think there are greater forces at play here with this entire investigation? That's a question you can answer for yourself. But if you believe that, then I think it's fair to assume the following. I think they decided to let Joe off the hook criminally by not charging him, by saying what they've released. And they are basically saying, all right, we're not going to go after him and pursue charges, throw him in jail, whatever it might include. But we're going to do something worse. We are going to smear him as this forgetful, senile old man, and that'll be the way to end his chance at a second term. I think that's where I am at right now on whether this was done with the intent to derail Joe or it was just all on the up and up. I think they were like, you know what? He's a Democrat. He's a Biden. No charges. But let's just say that he's basically assisted living facility grandfather, and that'll be enough. That'll be his punishment. That's my statement. I'm sticking to it until new information comes out, and then I might flip. Because that's what smart people do.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, coming up in 5 minutes.
Uh-oh.
5 minutes, folks.
5 minutes.
Dun, dun.
5 stinking minutes. Keyword number 9. That's right. It is coming up in 5 minutes, which means we only have 7 more keywords after today, folks. Have you gotten the keywords so far? If you haven't, go back and just keep scrubbing through the app for the last 3 months, and we'll get all the keywords at 8:30.
Well, maybe in a couple days you can do. You can name them off. We're not going to tell you what day.
Yeah.
But maybe in a couple days.
In a random segment.
Yes.
Could be in the 7 o'clock hour next Tuesday. I just go boom, 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 boom.
Look at that.
There you go. All right. But if you want to go boom, 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 boom like you used to when you were younger.
Oh, boy.
How about Blue Chew, folks? That's right. You need to boost your confidence. If you need that extra jump to your performance in 2024, I've got the solution for you. And it's Blue Chew, because romance with your partner should be the best part of your day. And by the way, what's tomorrow? Oh, it's Valentine's Day. Love, romance, flowers, chocolate, bottle of wine, and maybe a little Blue Chew on the side. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but it's in a chewable form, and it comes at a fraction of the cost. And Blue Chew is an online prescription service, so you're never going to have that visit to the doctor. None of the awkward conversations, no waiting in line at the pharmacy, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. But it gets better. Here's the special deal to Kayal and Company listeners. Try Blue Chew for free. That's right, free, when you use the promo code 1210 at checkout. Just pay the $5 for shipping. That's BlueChew.com. Promo code 1210 to receive your first month absolutely free.
Sick and tired of achy joints? Dread the idea of surgery? You need to call QC Kinetics. Call them today. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. The old ideas like steroids and surgery are no longer your only options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain from arthritis or a past injury. Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics' advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Make 2024 the year you reclaim your mobility. Reclaim your independence. Walk and run, play, live without the danger and trauma of surgery and without harmful drugs. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics for a free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So, while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Doors take us to summers away or winter adventures and afternoon getaways. Your dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors by working with you on a comprehensive plan to help you reach your wealth's full potential. Because doors were meant to be opened. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimum supply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE SIPC.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Must be your skin, I'm sinking. Must be for real, 'cause now I can feel. I didn't mind, it's not my kind, it's not my time to wonder why. Everything
Welcome back
I
in
want.
8:31 Tuesday morning. It is Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we continue. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Coming up in a couple of moments, we will have Dawn's Big Three and also a couple of more cuts that we will get to in the next 15 minutes. Time for the Disney keyword, though, folks. This is my favorite time of the day because it gets you one step closer to the vacation that you are desperately seeking. So we will give you this keyword. For the 9th straight day, you will take it to 1210WPHT.com and enter it for your chance to win a magical 7-night voyage to the Caribbean, because the time to show your kids the world is now, courtesy of Kayal and Company and Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. 7 nights, and for a group of 4. How about that? Mom, Dad, 2 kids, Dad and his 3 ladies.
Yeah.
Mom and her 3 amigos.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, group of 4. Strength in numbers.
So, a lot of people have asked if they win, would they take the three of us? We are not allowed to go. What if they want to just take one of us though? Like, what if they just like Dawn and they want to take her, or what if they just like Nick and they want nobody likes me, so nobody's gonna want to take me.
You're out.
So
I'll just go, and you can leave me in Florida permanently.
No, we're not.
Yeah, and I'll just do the show remotely for the rest of my life from Bruno's deck. Which, by the way, Tony Bruno, back from Vegas, will join us tomorrow.
Oh, cool.
At this exact time of 8:30. All right, so are we ready for the keyword?
Shafe writes, if he wins the Disney cruise, he's going to pack a lifetime supply of Blue Chew.
Yes. And you're going to need it on that cruise. I would imagine there's some very, very attractive women on that cruise. Okay. Just my guess.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Keyword for Tuesday, February 13th, that you will take right now to 1210WPHT.com, and you will crash our servers and our website because the keyword is voyage.
Voyage.
Voyage. Voyage. Take voyage to 1210WPHT.com and enter for your chance to win. That is today's Disney Cruise Line vacation keyword. Voyage. 1210WPHT.com. All right, we'll continue on with the cuts in just a moment, but before we get to those, let's get to Dawn Stensland for her Big Three at 8:33.
It's the Big Three at 8 on Kayal & Company.
Big Three at 8, sponsored on this snowy day, sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union. Number one, a snowy special election day, but all eyes in Pennsylvania are on this very special edition, the special election that's happening today. And this is in Bucks County. Why? Because this election happening today actually determines how the House will go. So think of a Pennsylvania legislature in transition, if you will. Control the PA House of Representatives. It's in the hands of these voters in Lower Bucks County, voters going to the polls today for the special election. This is the 140th legislative district, a very important one. Why? Because the Republicans are outnumbered. However, they could pull this one out. Republican Candace Cabañas, she's a Falls Township native, and she is pitted against Democrat Jim Prokopiak, a Pennsbury School Board member, former township supervisor in Bucks County here. Ultimately, he is a Democrat, one of those who has voted for transgender, for biological males to go in girls' bathrooms. That has been controversial, let's say, garnering a lot of support and a lot of opposition. Will that be an issue at the polls today here? But ultimately, the winner of this, if Republican Candace Cabañas, let's say, if she could beat the odds here, then that tips the balance, if you will, for the Pennsylvania House. That means Pennsylvania would have the Senate and the House for the legislature. Then the executive branch, obviously, is the Democrat, Governor Josh Shapiro.
So Jimbo doesn't believe in female rights and protecting female safe spaces. All right, I got that. I'm going to jot that down on my notepad. Got you, Jimbo.
We're watching this election very carefully, and how will the weather play a role in it? I will point out to you that the Pennsbury School District is closed today. They already planned the closing, not because of the storm or the snow today, as many schools have gone to virtual or asynchronous or whatever that's called, which is my kids are asynchronous. But the Pennsbury School District closed well in advance because of the election today.
But also with the weather, is that a new trend where they close because of impending bad weather? I remember when we were in school, like in elementary school and middle school in the 90s, the only way they ever gave you off the day before or the night before when it was an absolute lock that a blizzard was coming through. Like, remember the blizzard of 96? Like, they would cancel school well in advance. Nowadays, it's like, hey, you might get 3 inches tomorrow. Why don't we call it at 2 p.m. the day before? I don't know when that started. Is that a post-pandemic thing? Because of the accessibility with virtual?
I think it has to do. So the blizzard of 96, I mean, that shut down everything, the entire East Coast, right?
I always
remember
reference that. Yeah, so much fun.
Great.
But
so
for,
much fun.
I mean, for this case, the laws have changed. To your point, Nick, the laws have changed in Pennsylvania as far as how many hours, and they're ever changing. They keep studying this. How many days, how many hours you have to be in school per year, or they call a snow day.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why some schools are better and school districts are better at getting around it.
Mhm.
So when they call it a so-called Zoom day or asynchronous, as long as you check in, like my kids have to check in at 9 a.m. this morning,
Yeah.
they can still count it as a school day.
I think every
By law.
public school taxpayer should get a portion of a refund every time they go to virtual,
Why?
because virtual doesn't work. We've proven that during the pandemic. You want to go virtual for 2 inches of snow, or because it's 95 degrees and you don't have air conditioning? Send me a refund check.
I would submit to you that the new mayor of Philadelphia, Sherelle Parker, agrees with you. And I think we're seeing some changing policies. If you notice, Philadelphia, and some parents were upset about this, but look at today. They said all after-school activities are on, and it's your choice to do certain. I mean, she is doing, and she's an 11-year-old kid. She's a mom, right? But she has done everything she can to make sure that if kids want to be in school, she keeps these schools open.
It just seems like we punt on school days too easily these days nowadays.
Mike on the YouTube chat writes that it's because of lawyers. He says it's society. No one wants to get sued into oblivion in case someone gets hurt driving or walking to school in the snow.
Well, for the 170 days you got to be in school for the year, I got news for you. There's going to be some days it's freezing cold out. There's going to be some days where we're going to get that early blast of summer in late May and June where it's 95 and the school's not air conditioned. These kids really going to die sitting in a hot classroom. Drink some ice water. My God.
You're such an old man.
It's like a high school football players can go through double sessions in August with 15 pounds of equipment on and, damn near collapse. And kids can't get through 7 hours of school because there's no air conditioning. Open a window, get a little paper airplane fan yourself. You'll be fine. Softening of America.
Nick's like the old man that's yelling at the cloud.
I am. Just wait until I'm 70, if I get there.
Yeah.
Most Kayals are done by 62, but we've established that.
Since you brought up lawyers, I'll do this one in our big three, as we're sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union. There is a ruling, an arbitrator awarded $24.5 million to these two women who claimed in a lawsuit that they were they were sex trafficked, if you will, as minors at a West Philadelphia hotel. So the women were only identified by their initials in these court documents, but ultimately the lawsuit was against North American Motor Inns and its former owner, specifically Romera Inc., that they were sex trafficked in these hotels, one of them at City Avenue, way back in 2013.
Wow.
It's a landmark lawsuit because ultimately every hotel, every motel, and I wonder even if you rent out your home, you know what I mean? This is landmark because ultimately they're saying if in your establishment there was some child or teen who was, God forbid, a horrific thing, human trafficked, you ultimately could pay in the lawsuit. That's ultimately what they're doing.
So like in Boston, Nick, we have these cuts that I'm going to play later where the mayor in Boston and all these council members are being like, look, all these migrants, we don't know what to do with them, so open your house.
Yeah.
Open your homes to them. So, Don, what you were saying is that if you take somebody in as per the governor's orders or mayor's recommendations, if they're underage and they've been through horrific things, it can be your problem?
Yeah, God forbid.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
So, and so speaking of, this is a great, boy, a lot of lawyers, Greg Stocker just made a lot of lawyers go ding, ding, ding. But seriously, we hear all these stories that even there are these so-called coyotes who claim, oh, I'm a dad. These are my little boys or my little girls. I'm a family escaping, a bad country, coming across the border. Oops, what if that's not dad and it's a human trafficker? To your point, you go in a hotel or put in by the government, or you go into somebody's home like you're saying, then later these kids could actually sue. But this is a $24.5 million settlement against This is a huge hotel motel chain.
Well, if I read correctly with the story in Boston, some of these were families that volunteered for this,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Like they've signed up for it, and then all of a sudden they like an hour later they're like, "Hey, here's your prize,"
Yep.
and they show up with the migrants at their house. Hold on a second, I didn't fold the bed. I didn't make the bed. Unbelievable.
Let
times.
me actually, Phil, if you can get cut 2, I want to play this real fast on. I know we're in the middle of it, but it ties into all of this. Let's play cut 2. This is the couple in Massachusetts that they signed up to host illegal migrants in their home.
Yeah.
And literally within 4 hours,
Yeah.
the government's like, "Here you go."
It's like ordering a pizza and you expect it in 30 minutes, and then 15 minutes later the guy's at your door.
Cut 2, Phil, go.
Colin and Jessica Stokes called the state to sign up to be a host family. It took less than an hour for the displaced migrants to be dropped off at their door.
I gotta get sheets on the bed. How many people are coming? Where are they from? What ages? We really knew nothing.
The need is so clearly overwhelming.
The family of 4 who didn't want to go on camera had been sleeping at Logan Airport. The parents and 2 kids journeyed from Chile to Texas, then Massachusetts, and there are so many stories like it.
It boggles the mind that there are so many hundreds of those stories.
Wow. By the way, thank you to that was courtesy of WBZ, a CBS affiliate. In
Yeah,
Boston.
you saw the husband and wife there. That was the husband there, Colin Stokes. No doubt about it. Has a BLM sticker on his car, has the Ukrainian flag in his profile, and probably has pronouns and has been triple vaxxed.
Can you imagine, though, you call somebody up and you're like, "Hi, this is the Smith family. We would like to volunteer to host 4 migrants." Oh, I'm sorry. Are they here already?
Can you put a rush on that? Hi, I'd like to order.
It's prime service.
Yes. Is this for takeout or to go? For delivery. I'd like 2 migrants. Let me get a side of the bruschetta.
You know how when you order prime things, you can pay for it. Expedited delivery. I guess that's what they're doing with the migrants.
Yes. And can you make that on the double? I've got a big game coming up. Man.
Oh God.
But to your point, they're empty nesters and they're well-meaning, and you think to yourself, on
Go
one
play
hand,
golf then.
But I mean, what could possibly go wrong? This is ripe for. I mean, hopefully, this is wonderful.
Yeah,
right.
and look, I don't wish any ill will upon those families that decide to take these people in. I just hope and pray that, knock on wood, that these are not cartel members or drug smugglers or sex traffickers or violent career criminals like we saw in New York at Times Square that assaulted the police.
What I think is bizarre about all of this, where's the church? Because
Yeah.
especially most of the people who are Hispanic presumably are Catholic and or Christian. So where's the church in all this? And I will tell you, if the churches started, if my church, if my parish said, "Hey, we have some families coming through and they're in the parish, and does anybody have extra room?" That would be a game changer. I know for me, because we have extra bedrooms, like we have a big house. I will say that. Where is the church and all? Why aren't they talking about this?
Yeah.
They're not. It's weird. And the human trafficking of the kids or whatever.
You might have extra bedrooms, but if you don't want your in-laws over, I'm assuming you probably don't want migrants to come over for a little bit.
Well, see, maybe that's the excuse. Oh, sorry, this house is full.
Sorry, mother-in-law's here. We're booked.
One more that kind of piggybacks with the story. This is Boston City Councilwoman Julia Meha on the lack of space that's happening in Boston and the surrounding areas for illegal migrants. She says that everyone needs to start opening their doors. It's a shared responsibility. This is to be.
Okay.
To be, Phil, go.
At Wellesley, Brookline, cities and towns that have so much more resources than the city of Boston.
Boston City Councilwoman Julia Mejia thinks more migrants can be placed outside of Boston.
I think everybody needs to start opening up their doors because this is a shared responsibility.
Controversy over the placement of surging immigrants comes as a new report.
What they should really do is they should take everybody with the signs that says "hate has no home here."
Yeah,
and
you're first up.
Single them out.
Yep.
Exactly.
You are first up, volunteer man.
And by the way, what about all these? The Bidens have multiple houses.
I
All
know.
these celebrities, Hollywood celebrities.
Yeah.
I mean, let me think. Martha's Vineyard is up there, right?
Oh, yeah.
So maybe the Obamas
Ooh.
with their mansion, maybe they can open up their house to John Kerry. I'm sure John
Oh,
Kerry
that's
has a house
true.
up
Yeah.
there.
Yep.
Who else?
Open up.
Who else? Who else has a place up there in
Such
the
hypocrisy.
Massachusetts area?
Did you mention? Well, Bernie Sanders isn't
No,
Massachusetts,
that's
but Bernie has like
Vermont. He has 4 homes.
4 homes.
Yep.
Jeez.
Yep.
For a man who hates capitalism, he's done quite well.
Number 4, and I know this is a wild one, so we're just doing other news of the day. I will just say this. This morning, the CEO of Chat GPT maker OpenAI, because we hear more and more about artificial intelligence, has said in this big meeting in Dubai, they're having a video call this morning, the dangers that keep him awake at night regarding AI, artificial intelligence, are the very subtle societal misalignments that could make the systems wreak havoc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, don't worry. Kamala was on that that path for a while. Remember, she was handling artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, no, that's true. She's in charge, just like the border.
Right. Right.
Disaster.
AI was no match for the VP.
So we are sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union. At American Heritage Credit Union, choose the rate that works for you. Select a 13-month IRA certificate at 5.2% annual percentage yield or a 6-month certificate at 5% annual percentage yield. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Thank you, American Heritage Credit Union, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. So just to kind of continue on for a couple of moments here following the Boston migrant story, I love that second clip that you played there with that councilwoman, courtesy of WBZ. I think that's the CBS affiliate in Boston. So it's our responsibility and it's our job as members of the community to take these individuals that will be given in New York, for example, $1,000 a month, part of the $53 million in prepaid credit card and debit cards. These individuals might not end up paying any taxes while they work here, although I will say the work ethic is pretty remarkable that they take 2 and 3 jobs. I think there are some lazy Americans out there that could learn a lesson or two from the work ethic of Latino and Hispanic people. And then I'm going to pay my tax dollars for you to live in this country illegally. And then, oh, by the way, I should open up my home to you. Oh, and then what? Where do we draw the line? You know, my grocery bill's $275 a week already with a house of 4. Now, am I gonna pay for your groceries, or am I gonna rent out the property and maybe make some money back as you are working? And then the other hypocrisy of all of this with this influx, this invasion at our border, there's another story out in the West Coast in California where they're cleaning up the homeless again. I think it's in Oakland this time around. For I forget who's coming. There's another big time political figure. I just saw the story yesterday. I should remember. But now this is the 3rd time in the last 2 years where we have cleaned up migrant and homeless camps in major areas and sanitize streets and subways and sidewalks when we want to, when these Democrat politicians want to make things look pristine. Go back 2 years ago, or maybe it was 3 years ago, when the Super Bowl was in Los Angeles at SoFi Stadium. There are homeless camps all around that stadium. But when the Super Bowl came in for 2 weeks, they cleaned it up. They shipped everybody off. We saw Xi go to San Francisco a handful of months ago, meet with Gavin Newsom. All of a sudden, those open-air drug markets in San Francisco, we clean up the homeless camps everywhere there. And then at the border, this was months ago. Remember they sanitized the streets of El Paso, Texas? And I think, is it Glen Pass or Glen Eagle is the other town that's right on the border that Malusian from Fox is always reporting from? Mm-hmm. I think it was
Eagle Pass.
Eagle Pass. What did I say? Glen Eagle? Glen Pass? Glen Eagle? Yeah, well.
Anyway.
Yeah, that spot. And they cleaned that up. I forget who was going there. I don't think it was Joe or Kamala. I think it was, it might have been Chris Christie that went down there. By the way, RFK Jr. just went recently down to the border as well.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, so they can clean any of this up at the snap of a finger when there's a certain group coming, a politician, a celebrity. That's what it was. They're filming a Hollywood movie in Oakland. And in order for some of these celebrities that have signed on for the movie, they got to clear out the homeless because they're going to be filming on a street that is littered with drugs and lawlessness. It's just remarkable.
Shelley writes, Nick is going senile.
I am. There's no doubt. Hey, you guys laugh at Joe. I might not get to Joe's point.
Yeah.
That could happen 20 years earlier.
By the way, yesterday, you know how speaking of RFK, you know how we played that clip, that ad that he said it was a PAC and he had nothing to do with it, and he apologized to all of his family members.
Yeah, the 60s commercial.
Yeah, the 1960 commercial that was his uncle's. He apologized to his family members, and it was for it, and then pinned it to his Twitter page.
Oh, did he really?
So, remember yesterday when I was saying that he knew exactly what it was, and he wink and a nod. He couldn't legally have anything to do with it, but he kind of did.
Yep.
Him pinning it as his tweet shows me that he had
the intent all
along.
Absolutely.
One more too. Nicholas on Twitter writes, Dawn, about the trip to Disney, the cruise that we're giving away. He wants to know if he can leave his wife at home and take you.
And then once Dawn officially says no,
I want to pound it and then do like a dry rub. Cooking show.
Cooking show. Cooking with the Stenslins. All right, here we go. Final hour is on the way. We've got our morning mystery movie clip coming up at 9:20. Cut sheet part due at the bottom of the hour. What's on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history, and also a couple of fallout items from the Super Bowl. So CBS, as we know, Joe Biden did not want to do the Super Bowl interview with Norah O'Donnell, and they turned down Donald Trump. But who did CBS partner with? We'll give you the details on the other side. And also, a Hollywood A-lister exposed by Outkick, claiming didn't have money for one venture, but she had plenty of money for something else. We'll get to those stories as we continue. The final hour is next on Kayal and Company on this snowy Tuesday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
On this snowy day, still winter, spring is yet to come. How are you feeling? Sick and tired of those achy joints? Dread the idea of surgery? You need to call my friends at QC Kinetics. Call them today. The state of healthcare is always changing. The old ideas like steroids and surgery are certainly no longer your only options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is truly transforming lives with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments which deliver lasting results. Knee pain, back pain, that aching shoulder pain, maybe from arthritis or maybe from that past injury. Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics advanced state-of-the-art treatments harnessed and actually direct your body's natural abilities, which restore and repair your damaged joint tissue. Yeah, I'm talking about repairing it. This is revolutionary stuff, breakthrough approaches that get you long-term relief, no downtime. Make this the year 2024. This is the year you reclaim your mobility, your independence, and you're going to love it, and you're going to be living your best life without the danger and trauma of any surgery, no harmful drugs. Just call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Call them today, QC Kinetics, 999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
My father taught me never put yourself in a situation where you have to say you're sorry. Great advice, right? So why do you only have one key to your car? Seriously, don't wait until you're apologizing to your wife or husband, or even worse, your boss, because you lost your keys. Save yourself that headache. Head to McCausland Lock Service and get yourself a spare. You're supporting small business when you do, and saving up to half of what you'd pay at a dealer. Call McCausland Lock Service for a quote today. 610-430-1500. 610-430-1500.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction construction trucks.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers, hardworking Americans just like you, pay off more than $1 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-663-1313. 800-663-1313. That's 800-663-1313. 800-663-1313. Program and services not available in all states.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Her words weren't written under peaceful shade, but under fear for her life.
I don't think of all the misery, but of the beauty that still remains.
The words of Anne Frank continue to fill us with hope. Hope. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For over 38 years, Rescue brand omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oil supplements, are buy one, get one free exclusively for American Heart Month. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when you buy one bottle of a Rescue Omega-3 to receive a second bottle free. Again, use the code OMEGA50. Fortify your heart with the Rescue Omega-3.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules. Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. 9:01, fourth and final hour underway on this Tuesday morning. The Morning Mystery movie clip coming up 9:20 this morning. Some breaking news coming in as inflation rises faster than expected in January as high prices persist. This according to Fox Business, the Labor Department said Tuesday the Consumer Price Index rose by 0.3% in January from the previous month, more than expected, as prices climbed 3.1% from the same time last year. So figured I'd pass that along quickly, which will actually lead us to one story, speaking of finances and money, that I find fascinating. And I've noticed this a lot in the past on social media. And I'm not saying necessarily that this is a left-wing thing or a liberal thing or a Democrat thing, but Alyssa Milano, we all remember Alyssa Milano, television Hollywood actress, very successful career. She is in the crosshairs on social media for what she initially did and what she ended up doing this past Sunday.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Because you're very vague about that. Dawn,
Vague about what?
Dawn, I'm sure you know where I'm going here. Can you name one thing she's been in?
Off the top of my head,
oh my Lord,
Alyssa Milano.
Oh my God,
you're putting me on the spot right
Well,
now. I'm trying to think. I mean,
she was with her bun. She had her hair in a bun in the Kavanaugh hearings.
Well, no, I don't
That's
mean
probably her most recent.
I don't mean that. I mean, like, what is she famous for? There's two real things she's famous for.
Hold on. So give me a hint. Is it TV or movie?
It's TV.
I know
Both-
I've seen her before.
Both are TV. I mean, she
Melrose
was in
Place?
She was in Melrose Place. Very good. Yes, but that's not what she's most famous for. She was in Melrose Place. Very good.
Okay, hold on. Let me think about this. So I got that off the top of my head. Melrose Place.
But that's not what she's famous for.
I know. But
She was a little kid.
Punky Brewster? No. I take that back. No, it's not. No, it's with Angela and Tony Danza. Hold on.
Yes. Yes.
Who's the boss?
Yeah, there we go.
Boom.
There we go. Oh,
And you
man.
think it's in there somewhere.
And
I just need to dig back to that compartment.
I mean, you're a child from the 90s and
Yeah.
early 2000s. What is she also famous for?
All right,
not just that.
So all right, so we've got Who's the Boss, Melrose Place. What else is she famous for? Was she in the movie Fear?
She was, yes, very.
She
good
was
on
Reese
that.
Witherspoon's girlfriend.
Best friend, yeah.
Yeah.
That scene where
Look
Mark.
at this. Look at See, Dawn, I'm 3 for 3. They
That's-
want to throw all the traps at me, and I
That-
just snip
That's
them out.
that scene where Mark Wahlberg throws her up on his shoulder and gives her. Just okay.
That was before
Sorry.
Mark became big.
Sorry.
Okay, so your point with all this now was what?
She was in a show called Charmed with Shannon Doherty. You remember that?
I remember Shannon Doherty, but I don't remember Charmed.
Okay.
No.
Either.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, sounds like a WB show.
It was one of those. Like,
I tried to avoid that channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife would bring me to that channel for Seventh Heaven, and then I'd get out.
I think actually trying to expose you, I've actually exposed myself for what a wuss I am with all the
Yeah, your show selection for the grunge
chick shows
for the hardcore music you love. Boy, your TV selection is very soft.
That's true.
The many shades of stalker as
Sorry.
we're seeing here.
Sorry.
So the point of this story, this is as we get back to Alyssa Milano.
Sorry, Nick.
But if you want to quiz me anymore, that's fine.
No,
I love
just-
that type of stuff. I've got no shame. If I'm wrong, I can take it. So I've never understood this notion, especially in this day and age, where people think that other people should pick up your tab and pay for you, right? Like we have the student loan forgiveness program. Well, somebody has to foot that bill. You know, you could go to college, walk out with $37,000 in loans, and now all of a sudden we have a generation that says, I'm just not going to pay it. And, well, who's going to pick up the tab? I got news for you. It just doesn't go away like that. Somebody will ultimately have to pay off the debt. We also live in this entitlement era where, even if you suck as a waiter, you should get 20%. No, I don't think you should. If you're awful, I think you should get something reflective of your poor performance. We also have these GoFundMes out there. Now, look, if you are in desperate need of something for, you have cancer, diabetes, a heart transplant, whatever it is, and you create a GoFundMe, I'm not criticizing you for that. I hope to God I'm never in that position where I need $180,000 for a life-saving procedure that insurance might not cover. I'll create a GoFundMe for that as well. and I know I make jokes on this show that I'm broke all the time, but I get a nice salary. I would never, in my wildest imaginations, have the temerity to go on my Twitter and ask my followers to donate money so that I could take my daughters. My daughters do competitive dance. They travel all throughout the South, from Nashville to Knoxville to Chattanooga to Birmingham to Georgia to the Carolinas. They come up to the Lehigh Valley, the whole bit. I would never ask you to pay my daughter's dance competition travel expenses and then equally have the nerve to show up, let's say in April, WrestleMania is coming to Lincoln Financial Field, and I would drop 10 grand on floor side seats and be seen on social media yucking it up for WrestleMania 40 and then have people be like, hey, Nick, I gave you $20 for your daughter's dance thing 4 months ago. You got 10 grand for WrestleMania? These people have no shame. And that's what Alyssa Milano has been caught doing here. So Alyssa Milano set up a GoFundMe to get her boys' travel baseball team, her son, to Cooperstown, New York.
For the Hall of Fame.
And I got to imagine, yes, for the Hall of Fame. And I don't know what her finances are, but I would imagine that she's probably still relatively well off if she was remotely responsible with her money.
Oh, my God, yeah.
So she has people funding this, and then she is at the Super Bowl sitting in $10,000 a pop seats. Now, Clay Travis, the owner of Outkick, who sold that company to Fox News, saw this, and I like Clay, but he's a troll. So he ended up paying, I guess Alyssa Milano was like $740 away from reaching her goal to send her kid to Cooperstown. So, like, you know, his ego kicks in, and Clay Travis is probably like, oh, I'll pay it off. I'll expose her, and I'll make myself look good. And he's got the money to do that. So he pays it off and then publicly claims, hey, I'm paying it off. So he's taking a victory lap while mocking her. And then this past Sunday, she is seen at the Super Bowl.
Oh, my God.
Where she probably spent all in, I'm guessing, $25,000 on a trip to see the Super Bowl for Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas, which was, by the way, not only the most watched football game, watched Super Bowl, watched live broadcast in the modern generation, it was also the priciest one. I mean, those tickets were astronomical.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted to be in Sin City for the big game.
The cheapest seats I saw were like $6,500.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
You figure travel's probably jacked up for Super Bowl week. If you're flying to Vegas, I'm sure it was expensive. Not to mention, I mean, we had Tony Bruno out there last week. What did he say, $54 for a pizza?
Let me ask you a question, because you guys know travel sports way better than I do. Is there some component to it where they're trying to raise money for something? You know what I mean?
Well, I've got to imagine it's not like, now for dance might be different. So, Dawn, you could speak on boys' sports. But I would imagine if you have 12-year-old boys, you play your normal spring baseball season in your local township against surrounding townships. But the travel element is usually like a best of the best. You get the all-stars from the community on all the different teams. You assemble an all-star team. And by the way, it's probably funded through selling Boy Scout cookies or, fundraisers, Girl Scouts. You do all these little, I'm going to sell hoagies. Remember you used to go around trying to sell hoagies?
Absolutely.
So, it's not coming from the township. It's not coming from tax dollars. You got to fund it as a parent yourself some way, I would imagine. That's how it is for, I mean, the bills that we get for our girls for dance, for traveling, is outrageous. I'm talking four figures.
Mm-hmm.
Like $1,200. I'm like, hey, you better get first place. We're not paying $1,200 for you to get runner-up.
Were travel sports always a thing? I don't remember them when we were in high school. I don't remember travel sports being a thing, and maybe it's because,
you were watching the WB. You were watching Alyssa Milano.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
I think they've gained in popularity.
Have they?
I remember when I was down in Tennessee for 4.5 years. A lot of dads that get together with other dads for travel ball weekends. They go away for a week, in June, and their kids are playing. I mean, Dawn, were your kids baseball kids, or were they just mainly football?
They did baseball when they were little.
Right.
But then, by the time they're in middle school, it becomes clear. Actually, David, though, he still does a ton of, he does like every sport.
Yeah. All right, so let's go back to this like no shame concept. Would you ever post on your social media feed asking for donations to send your kid on a sporting contest or competition that requires out-of-pocket money, or do you have too much pride to do that? Because I have too much pride to do that. I would never ask for something as an elective. Let's just call it what it is. This is an elective. You don't need to play travel ball. Travel ball is, a luxury. It's an expense. It's not like, like you have to go to school. I could never muster up the lack of self-awareness to ask for somebody to pay for my girls to go to dance. Could you guys do that?
I mean, personally, no, but I could see if somebody, it's prohibitive. Even the Junior Olympics, which they say they try to make affordable, just to travel is expensive. So I could see a GoFundMe or something like that where people come together and try to make sure that, especially those kids who are in that top 2% tier, and it's going to go on to do help them with scholarships and that sort of thing.
Yeah,
I can see it happening in that scenario.
Okay,
I could. I doubt that it would be the parents, and sometimes you don't want to identify the kid.
Yeah,
that's the other piece of it, because there's a kind of a privacy issue there with a underage kid that I would have a problem with. But I could see a team, let's say, saying, and I think we've done that in Philadelphia. We had, I want to say, a chess team that was going to some nationals, and they had a GoFundMe that made some national news, and a lot of donations came in and made that happen because they were gonna place. They were gonna be in the top 3.
Yeah.
But it is, there are headlines. How did this become this $15 billion industry as far as kids sports?
Right.
And you're right. It's a culture. It's a cult.
Yeah.
And it's a thing now.
Yep.
To Greg's point, when you were saying you don't remember this back in the day, everybody realized who was really good.
Yeah.
And so only the top tier athletes did any of this.
Now, if you have a checkbook, you can send your kids to it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's just I don't understand. Getting back to the original point of this with Alyssa Milano, is that with her means, why she is doing a GoFundMe thing for her child to go to Cooperstown.
I mean, I still would disagree with the approach if you were just an average Joe that couldn't afford to do it. I would just say, my answer would be, well, then, get a second or third job or start saving up. But her of all people, I mean, I can't imagine what her bank account looks like. She should be able to send this kid to baseball 10 times over.
One up on that, if you're Alyssa Milano, you probably have enough money to send the entire team there.
Yes, she should be the one bankrolling the whole operation, much less her own kid.
Yeah.
Remarkable.
Look, I'm not counting somebody else's money. I don't know what she's done with her money, but to beg for money for your kid to go to Cooperstown.
Well, if you want to go Coopersburg by Quakertown's a lot cheaper than Cooperstown.
And then sitting in $10,000 seats. Do you guys think she paid for those seats, or do you think that because she's a celebrity that?
I don't know. I don't think the NFL has to give away those seats.
Word has it that Travis Kelce paid $1 million for that box that they were all in.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So, if he's not even getting a discount, and he was in the game,
she definitely is not.
I don't know. She is being blasted for the headline "rich beggar."
Yeah.
But there are all these reports that she and her husband had sued, claiming fraud to the former business manager, and she had filed that $10 million lawsuit. Back and forth, they had said no, they mismanaged their money. So I don't know. Maybe they are having money problems.
Oh, if you mismanagement, that's a you problem.
Yeah,
and then you shouldn't go to the Super Bowl and sit in $10,000 seats.
There you go. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get to our morning mystery movie clip. We have What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 and a lot more as we continue. Tuesday morning, I'm going to go start a GoFundMe, and we are back after this.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louis found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show in St. Mary of the Lake School on Route 70 in Medford, New Jersey on Saturday, April 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Your oral health can have an impact on your heart health. That's where my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist comes in. Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Group in East Norriton talks about it a lot because studies have shown the bacteria in your mouth from gum disease and gingivitis can have a negative effect on your heart. Visit Dr. Bentz today to get on the path to good oral health. He delivers state-of-the-art care for his patients. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com or call for your appointment, 610-272-6949.
NJ Diet's results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, and no shots. NJDiet.com, NJDiet.com.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
I'm Cheryl, and I'm living with sarcoidosis ILD, a type of interstitial lung disease. ILD is hard to diagnose, but if you have it, you need to know now. The sooner you know, the sooner you and your family can face ILD together, because you cannot walk this walk alone. If you're out of breath and have a constant dry cough, it might be asthma or COPD, but it could be ILD. Ask a pulmonologist and keep asking until you know. Learn more now at lungsandyou.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Busy morning here on Kayal and Company. Hopefully all of you having a good start to your Tuesday. It is snowing pretty well. If you look out the window here at 2400 Market, blowing all over the place. It looks like it's died down as far as the size and thickness of the snowflake.
It's just blowing.
Yeah. It's going to be a fun ride on the Schuylkill home today. This will be great.
A lot of accidents out there.
Yeah. Stuart emailed and said that 295, this was 2 hours ago, he said 295 was just like there was 295 south, there was a ton of accidents.
All right. If you missed any of the show this morning, shame on you. We start at 6 a.m., but we do give you the Odyssey app. You can hit up the rewind feature and go back and get the big take on Kamala Harris this morning. Wall Street Journal exclusive on the Veep ready to take the leap if she's ready to succeed Joe Biden. Also, what our Democrats' plan B if, in fact, Joe is not going to be the nominee. We got into that this morning, and then also the big story with this trans mass shooter at Joel Osteen's church in Houston, as that was the 2 or 3 big stories of the morning that we discussed leading up to the cut sheet. We'll get to cut sheet part 2 in about 10-12 minutes, but right now it is time for our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As I've told you several times, this is a hygienic facility and shirts are required in the office.
Oh, okay. Hey. Listen, doctor, this friend of mine's been experimenting a little with steroids, and he's been having a lot of wet dreams. Could there be a connection between those two?
Douglas, get off the juice. And as far as the nocturnal emissions, why don't you take a swim, buy a shirt with no holes in it, find a beautiful vagina, and take her to dinner?
Tell my friend he said so.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And once again, today and all week long, a good movie prize for you for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip. You have your chance to win a digital movie download of Air Force One Down. On her first assignment aboard Air Force One, a rookie Secret Service agent faces the ultimate test when terrorists hijack the plane, intent on derailing a pivotal energy deal. In select theaters February 9th and available on digital on February 13th. Hey, that's today.
What?
How about that?
Today.
Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Best of luck if you can identify that movie. I remember actually seeing that in the theaters with my wife, girlfriend at the time. I would just say that was the moment, that movie right there was kind of where I reached my exhaustion / expiration date on said lead actor in that movie. I think it's been all downhill ever.
It took you that movie, really?
Yeah, that was what? I think that was 02, 03.
I don't remember.
I was like, man, the 90s are long gone. I just was like, you know what? I remember when he was in that movie in 99 or this movie in 98, and damn, that was funny. Or he was on SNL in 92, and he was hysterical.
I mean, you're giving away the...
I didn't give it away totally. We're trying to give away the prize, though. I think that's a pretty simple one. So we'll see if people get that. 855-839-1210. You know, earlier this morning, we talked about the trans shooter, and we talked about how quickly that story would disappear. We actually, in real time, I went on my laptop, went to CNN's website, went to MSNBC's website. I know, Dawn, you looked at the Associated Press, and they had a weird spin on the story, and it had vanished off of CNN and MSNBC's website. Because we know if it doesn't fit a certain narrative and a certain agenda, the mainstream media will not cover it with the same feverish pitch as if it's a white man or if he's wearing a red hat. Well, along those lines, CBS, one of the fallout stories from the Super Bowl, and yesterday we talked about commercials and halftime performance and things like that. So we know that Joe Biden turned down the Norah O'Donnell interview. He ultimately decided to, put out that ad on shrinkflation with Tostitos potato chips and containers of ice cream. And Donald Trump had said in the buildup to the Super Bowl that he would go on CBS, and then CBS's president, Sean McManus, came out and said, no, we don't want to get too political and, that whole charade. But did you see, and I didn't notice this one. There was a handful of commercials I just obviously did not notice that Stalker mocked me for yesterday. But have you seen this new marketplace called, is it Temu?
Yeah, they were very bizarre commercials.
Yeah.
And
it's spelled Temu.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, if it's Temu or Temu.
Okay.
But it's all China cheap stuff.
Yes. It's a Chinese-based e-commerce store with aspirations of dethroning Amazon in the marketplace. And the company has blanketed the U.S. market with ads in recent months, including the Super Bowl on Sunday. The brand purchased a Super Bowl ad last year with the tagline, "Shop like a billionaire." This year, Temu increased its purchases to 6 commercials throughout the game. So, I mean, I don't know who scored the most commercials of any company for the Super Bowl, but I would imagine it's probably hard to eclipse 6 spots. We saw, I think, leading up to it, that a 30-second was going for about $7 million. I don't know if they bought in bulk or if that was ever offered, but you got to imagine, based on that math, they spent anywhere from $35 to $45 million in commercials. So CBS will turn down Donald Trump for political reasons, but they will take all of the money from basically the Chinese Amazon in a company that is, once again, in lockstep with the Communist Party.
Unbelievable.
You know, it's almost as amazing as saying no federal employees can download TikTok on a work-issued device, but we are going to campaign using said national security issue device TikTok, right? Like, I'm sorry, I get it. CBS wants to make their money, and as a capitalist, I get it. But, I mean, and maybe there's no money to be made with Trump. But think about that. We will turn down a former president and possibly the next president again, but we'll take 6 ads, make $30 million for basically the Xi Jinping version of Amazon. Okay, cool. By the way, I'm going to actually have to check this out. Everybody's saying that it's better than Amazon. And I've just kind of actually figured out how to use Amazon a little bit the last couple of years and become more frequent with my purchases with Amazon. As soon as I catch up to speed, now Temu's the thing.
Everybody's saying don't use it. It's Chinese crap.
It's Chinese crap. Okay, fair enough.
I mean, that's what they sell.
Yeah.
But what happened to caring about the labor? Remember, and I'll just remember. Wasn't it Ivanka Trump? Wasn't she criticized for the labor that made her clothing line?
Yes, she was.
And who's making these items in communist China? Is this slave labor? Are these Uyghurs?
Yep.
What's going on?
That's correct.
Nobody asks, nobody cares.
Lorenzo says Temu is the worst, China-backed, and they steal people's credit card info when using the site.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Jeez.
Lorenzo's just out here firing fastballs.
Allegations.
Temu, huh? Let me see if
A
I can
double
find-
snorter.
Was that a double? I missed that. I heard the first one. I was looking-
Dawn, if you and I weren't here, this show would be sued in,
I know, right?
in 10 seconds.
Probably.
We need a lawyer to sit here and just, I object.
Yeah, just with an open mic at all times saying, allegedly. Everything we say on the show is allegedly.
Yeah.
We're just spitballing here, folks.
That's right. All right, 855-839-1210. Let's get our movie winner in here. We have John in Woodbridge, New Jersey. Johnny, good morning. How are you, sir?
Good morning. I'm fine.
What movie clip did we play for you, sir?
That was 51st Date.
Yeah, John.
Nice work, John. You get the digital
Great movie.
download. Yes, indeed. And that will be your prize, Air Force One Down.
Before you hang up on him, I just had, you're in Woodbridge, New Jersey, John?
I am, yes.
Do you get us on 1210 there, or are you listening on the Odyssey app?
I'm listening on YouTube.
Oh, YouTube.
Yeah.
There we go.
Nice.
Good job. Thank
Everybody,
you, John.
everybody wave to John.
I love that. Hey, John.
Wave to John. There he is.
Welcome in, John. Thank you.
John from Woodbridge, New Jersey. 51st Dates. Yes. Terrible. I hate to disagree with John. Terrible movie.
I just didn't know how far out our signal went, if we would, because that's pretty North Jersey, right, Dawn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, with the plot of that movie,
He's back to this movie.
Yeah, where she's got amnesia, so every time he goes on a date, she has no idea who it is. So they're just redoing the first date over and over.
Drew Barrymore, yeah.
Yeah, Drew Barrymore
This
before
is
she got a
sweet.
talk show. Could you do that? Could you do what Sandler does in that movie? If you were so crazy about a lady and when you send her home each night, she's not going to recall you the next day.
I mean, if I knew I was going to get, I'm sorry.
It's
Dawn,
sweet.
Dawn,
It's
your
a
thought.
sweet movie.
Here we go.
It's
Is this,
sweet.
This is like marriage material, right? Like that's husband material right there,
It's
right?
sweet, yeah.
Yeah, he goes out of his way to reintroduce himself every single
every
day for
single
the rest of
day.
their lives.
Maybe that's Joe Biden. He wakes up, what? I'm in the White House. I'm the president. No,
Well, I mean, as you know.
My wife's a Philly girl.
By the way, that movie in the late 90s and early 2000s, they decided that Adam Sandler and Drew Barrymore were going to be the it couple. Not they didn't date, but I mean on screen.
Yeah.
So we had all that Wedding Singer movie, which was horrendous.
Yep.
This movie,
Yeah.
it's just ugh.
I think it was over for Sandler once he did Big Daddy.
Well, he kind of
Jon Stewart and
he resurrected his career with that movie he did, the Philly movie he did.
Oh, the basketball movie?
Yeah, that was great.
Hustle or whatever it's
and
called.
Yeah,
Little
that's
Gems or Little
whatever
that movie was about the diamond guy.
Yeah, he slipped in some movies here and there since then. You ever see the movie Click with
Yeah, it's
Christopher Walken?
Yeah, it's terrible.
With a remote
It's
control.
absolutely terrible. That's what I mean. Like he had in the mid 2000s, he had some clunkers.
He really did.
And he started out like I love Billy Madison.
Oh, of course.
Because it's iconic for me as a kid.
Yes.
But objectionably is not a great movie. It's actually a terrible movie.
Yeah. It's so bad it's good.
He does that voice the entire time, like the Adam Sandler voice. It's just like
Best movie he's ever done?
Happy Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore?
My opinion.
Waterboy number 2?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
His newer movies are great though.
The Medulla Oblongata.
Actually, the first movie he did with David Spade and Chris Rock, that one, the second one was terrible.
Grown Ups.
Grown Ups.
Yeah.
That was actually a very good movie. The second one was god awful.
Yeah, Stone Cold Steve Austin was in
Oh,
it.
just horrendous that movie was.
Yeah, he was the bully in high school to Lenny.
Yep.
All right, coming up next, we will get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, what's on tap for the Dawn Show, today in music history, and who won Twitter today. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Win a luxury 2024 Lexus SUV during the $1.2 million Polar Payout at Borgata. Now through February 24th, earn entries on slots and table games for your chance to win. 2 lucky players will take home a 2024 Lexus SUV. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings on January 27th and February 24th. $1.2 million Polar Payout only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Tony, and this is the Tony Kornheiser Show. Wow, that makes it sound a bit more serious than it really is. So what exactly is the show about? It's been almost 30 years, and I still don't know. Right now, we have some of the best voices in football come on to explain to us what we need to know in the college and pro world, and we get weekly picks from a monkey. Do you really need more than that? I might just tell you about my bunker game and the latest failed entry in my quest to find the best coffee ice cream. No schmutz, please. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
This is a consumer warning.
Countless financial shows have promised the peace of mind that comes only with a crash-proof retirement. Yet time and time again, the claims of these firms are revealed as nothing more than deception. The imitators never last, but their hollow promises have caused irreparable financial damage that continues to plague investors to this day. Don't be fooled by the copycats. No other firm has access to the proprietary crash-proof retirement system that provides market-like returns credited as interest with no market risk or fees to over 5,000 clients through all economic conditions. So when you hear other firms marketing a financial X-ray, beware. Only Crash-Proof Retirement's financial MRI provides the 44-step in-depth forensic analysis needed to expose the dangers hidden within your portfolio. Be with the originators. Register for our next event at Spring Mill Manor on March 19th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Is on. Hello.
Kayal and Company rolling on 9:38. It's Tuesday morning. If anybody wants to send me to WrestleMania, I'll be creating a GoFundMe later this afternoon. All contributions are welcomed. Coming up in just a couple of minutes, we will find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show at the top of the hour. Today in music history, courtesy of Phil Almquist, which is becoming more and more a staple to the program.
Yes.
Really loving the concept.
The program.
And the thought and the effort that goes into that 60-second piece of imaging that we put out.
Yes.
And also, who won Twitter today? But before we get to all of that, let's see what's left over from Mr. Stalker for What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind. Best Work Industries for the Blind is changing lives, a nonprofit organization located in Cherry Hill. Best Work Industries for the Blind provides training and employment for people who are blind or visually impaired. For employment opportunities or to donate, go to bestworkindustries.org. That's bestworkindustries.org. We talked about this very early this morning because, as Dawn pointed out, we believe that this took place overnight or in the early morning, where the Senate passed a $95 billion foreign aid package. So Mitt Romney took to the House floor, and he said that this is the most important vote we will ever take as U.S. senators.
The vote we will soon take to provide military weapons for Ukraine is the most important vote we will ever take as United States senators.
There you go.
Oh, my
wow.
goodness gracious. Mike Johnson, you, sir, are officially on the clock today. Mike Johnson, this thing needs to be killed immediately. DOA. dead on arrival. If Mitt Romney is saying this is the vote of a lifetime, I want no parts of it.
Yeah.
Good God. In fact, it's so bad it's 5 like us.
Yeah.
Except we went home, we slept, we had a meal. These hardworking public servants have been slaving away over all the fine nuance and the fine print of what this deal includes, which, by the way, once again, a lot for Ukraine and not so much here.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube. If you're home on this snowy day, please check out our YouTube stream. It's at youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now, please hit the like and please hit the subscribe button. Back to KJP in the briefing room. On Joe Biden not holding press conferences or doing interviews or really doing anything. She says that it's because that they have found non-traditional ways to get their message out to the American people. This is cut 7. Phil, go.
Bouncing off of the previous question, the numbers show that President Biden has engaged in about 33 news conferences. Compare that to Obama's 66 and Donald Trump's 52 by this time in their presidencies. Can you explain why the president isn't doing?
So look, yeah, and I hear the question, and I know that folks want to hear you all, and it's important because when you all hear from the president, obviously, so does the American people. So we get the importance of that, and we're always going to try to find ways, obviously outside of press conferences as well, for the president to be out there. And we have found some non-traditional ways. We think it's important to try and meet the American people where they are, and so that is important as well. Whether it's a podcast, that's important.
Somebody's dining room table.
Doing
podcast
certain
has he
things
done?
that is not the norm. Obviously, the president, I should say, takes your questions when he's on the road as more often than not, and he finds it important to have those conversations when you all are out there with him on the road, taking your questions, and so he does do that. As far as press conferences, we're going to try and make sure when it's the right time for those to happen. Certainly, we will do so, but it doesn't mean that this president does not engage with the press corps, with the White House press corps, or with other reporters, journalists out there who have different ways with communicating with the American people as well. We think that's important too.
Okay, so good to know the numbers. Obama did 66, Trump did 52. Of course, Trump's final year totally disrupted by COVID. And Joe has done exactly half of Barack Obama at 33. But she talks about non-traditional ways. I mean, I guess the Super Bowl has technically become a tradition the last 15 years. So he declines that, but he does a ad on shrinkflation. He declines other opportunities, yet will post a video on TikTok. And then there's other moments where you'd like to see him or hear him, but he shows up at somebody's dining room table and talks basketball and eats fried chicken and french fries. So she's not wrong. He is doing non-traditional modes, although I think they are relatively insulting and demeaning.
I'm all for non-traditional ways of doing things. I do think that if you're trying to get your message across, you need to be where the people are, and maybe sitting down with Norah O'Donnell is not where the people are. I will agree with that, but you can't. I mean, 123 million people watched the Super Bowl.
That was a great opportunity.
I mean,
him.
come on,
and you're going to get the. I mean, it's not like, and I'm not trying to disparage Norah O'Donnell, but she's not going to press and grill him in that setting. No. Even on important things like Ukraine and the border.
Yep.
No, and especially it's I mean, in her, I'll defend on that one. You're supposed to be a little more lighthearted.
Right.
Usually they're a little friendlier, and it's not this hard-hitting interview. Just over the years in general.
Right. So if you can't do that, what can you do, folks?
One more here on Joe Biden's age. Karine Jean-Pierre says this absurd claim. Cut 8, Phil, go.
A new ABC News Ipsos poll shows that 86% of Americans think Biden is too old to serve another term. That is a higher percentage than what we found in a previous poll in September. So clearly polling shows this is a persistent issue. What is the White House strategy to try and change that perception?
So look, we're going to continue to lead on leadership, right? We're going to continue to focus on what this president has been able to get done, what the president has been able to get done on behalf of the American people. And look, I'll quote a little bit of what the First Lady said, I think incredibly well, just a couple days ago. President Biden does more in 1 hour than most people do in a day.
Got that?
His age with experience and expertise
No
is an
way.
incredible asset, and he proves it every day.
So there's actually two things I want to comment. We talked about the ABC poll yesterday and 86% saying he's too old. But I'm not sure we really put it into the right perspective of, do you know how difficult it is in 2024 to get 86% of Americans to agree on anything?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even sure that if we walked out on Market Street right now, we would get 86% of people to say that it's snowing on Market Street.
I would agree with you.
And also with the shrinkflation ad, I know he talked about chips and he talked about ice cream. The last time I checked, ice cream, for the most part, I know you can get different sizes, but what's the smallest one? It's like usually the little pint.
Yeah.
So a pint is 16 ounces. Unless people are actually buying them and then scooping off the lids, where's the shrink actually coming at?
It's a great point.
Right?
Yeah.
And the same thing with bags of chips. You have chips and then you have air. And then you have the bag sealed. So where are we being shortchanged? I'm not saying, like I told you yesterday, I think the pizza industry is scamming us. Crust is thinner, cheese is less. There's no doubt about it. I'll take that to the bank.
Okay.
I'll die on that hill.
Yeah.
But ice cream and chips, I haven't noticed anything. Now, granted, I don't buy ice cream and chips every week.
Also, stop eating ice cream and chips, okay?
Yeah, it's not good for the president either.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. All right.
He's eating ice cream. I got Trump eating Whoppers. They're both going to outlive me. It's unreal.
It's true.
855-839-1210. We'll come back, wrap it up with who on Twitter today, what's on tap for the Dawn Show, and today in music history.
But first, as you know, my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles, they continue to grow their luxury collection of brands. And right now, Piazza is so excited to welcome in 2 new members to their family of dealerships, Infiniti Ardmore as well as Maserati of the main line, both located right there on Lancaster Avenue. So you're going to receive the very same first-class customer experience that you, of course, have come to expect from the Piazza family of dealerships, as well from Piazza Premium Automobiles. So find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and more. These are some of the most beautiful, sleek vehicles on the road. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, stop struggling to stay afloat and call Accredited Debt Relief today for faster relief. Depending on your financial situation, you may qualify for a 40% or higher reduction in your monthly payments and only have to make one consolidated monthly payment you can afford. Accredited Debt Relief has helped over 300,000 qualified consumers pay off over $1 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. This is the light at the end of the debt tunnel to become debt-free. So make the call to Accredited Debt Relief now and see how much you can save. There's no obligation, so call now and get relief from your debt faster.
Call 800-455-8787. 800-455-8787. That's 800-455-8787. Program and services not available in all states.
If you put the words retirement savings crisis into Google, you'll get about 81 million references to explore. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, crazy markets, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. Don't trade the stress of work for a new kind of stress in retirement. Call Jim Cipriotti today, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 to schedule your complimentary retirement second opinion. Or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Free speech lives here with Dawn Stenzel on weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 9:52, as we continue Tuesday morning. I just saw on LinkedIn, today's my 4-year anniversary of being an Odyssey employee.
Wow.
Did not know that.
Congratulations.
4
Happy
years.
anniversary.
I made it 4 years.
Wow.
Two formats, 2 markets.
But who's counting,
Well,
right?
who's counting,
Yeah.
right? You lose track of all of these accomplishments. The Dawn Show is coming up in about 7.5 minutes, and we find out what she has lined up for the top of the hour.
Yes, so we'll go through these economic numbers. It's all about the economy, put it in perspective. Very important. And I'll take you through the headlines and how to parse through that as well. So some deception happening and bias by omission. I'll call all of that out. And then watching very carefully, because we do have some breaking news, developing news about at least one mail-in ballot box being shut down in Bucks County, causing some controversy because remember we talked about the special election. This is Levittown, Bucks County, and this is an important special election, as we've talked about, because it determines the balance of who controls the Pennsylvania legislature. So we'll parse through some of that stuff, the Pennsylvania House, I should say. And then we'll go through all of the day's news, a lot of local news, talk to our friend Julie Balke. She'll check in real quick at 11:30 today. But other than that, we'll stay local, take your calls, so stay right there.
Okay. The Dawn Show coming up at 10 o'clock this morning as we get ready for another installment of Phil Almquist's Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, February 13th, we celebrate the birthdays of Henry Rollins, Les Warner, the drummer for the Cult, Peter Tork of the Monkees, and Peter Gabriel. Notable singles today include Strawberry Fields Forever and Penny Lane by the Beatles from 67, and Calling Dr. Love by Kiss in 77. Some albums released today include Black Sabbath's debut from 70, A Trick of the Tail by Genesis in 76, and Face Value by Phil Collins in 81. And lastly, on this day in 1972, Led Zeppelin was forced to actually cancel a gig in Singapore when officials refused to let them off the plane due to, get this, their long hair. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Wow. Stalker, you ever get busted for long hair?
Actually, to be honest with you, when coming back from Aruba, they took me aside for what they called secondary screening, and they patted me down because apparently I looked like I had drugs on me.
Oh, okay.
I did not.
Sounds like a lawsuit. I think you should file it personally.
It was a different country, so they can do whatever they want to.
Okay.
I didn't want to argue with them because I'd be in some jail or end up getting Natalie Holloway'd.
Yeah.
Holy crap!
All right, let's wrap it up with Who Won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Eric the Red wins Twitter. He said, how sad is it that you can get your migrant family delivered to your door quicker than a lunch from Uber Eats?
30 minutes or it's free. Unbelievable.
Eric the Red, my buddy, wins
nice
Twitter.
Work. All right, that'll do it for us. Everybody stay safe. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. The Dawn Show is next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. And as John Fetterman would say...
Good night, everybody.
D-Day, January 6, 1944. It's Dom Giordano. This isn't another luxury tour. It's a pilgrimage. And you know why. The 80th anniversary of the momentous event you and I call D-Day, Operation Overlord. The invasion that sealed the fate of Adolf Hitler. Be there for the ceremonies. The only day of the year to meet survivors of the invasion. 11 days in Europe, fully escorted by America's leading expert on France and the D-Day invasion, Ken Chase. $55.89, including airfare. the Champagne Day trip, the City of Light, Paris, the Battle of the Bulge, General Patton's gravesite, the Siegfried Line, Mulberry Harbor, Utah and Juneau, even a king tiger, Bastonia and the Foxholes. See where the Rangers scaled the cliffs at Pointe du Hoc, St. Mary Glees. It's June 6th, so this event sells out quickly. Call now, 888-733-9494, or go to conservativetours.com. Omaha Beach on June 6th. Be there.
Hello, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning.
Yes, our HVAC system is not heating our home, and our energy bills are sky high. It's time to replace it.
Okay, the good news is CNC is your local Lennox dealer, and our trained technicians will get you running again.
Tell me, is CNC currently running any specials?
Yes, as a thank you, CNC is offering our biggest savings in value this winter. And for a limited time, you can earn up to $2,200 in rebates on a brand new Lennox system.
To take advantage of these savings, go to cc-hvac.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did